reminder to all athletes and coaches today participating in the Clovis Invitational, you are required to be an official school issued uniform for CIF Southern Section and state rules and Central Section rules. So please make sure that all of your team members are in the same uniform on the starting line. Shorts, tops, section matching. So once again, you need a school sanctioned uniform. official meet time, 7:10. If you're scheduled to be in that first race, the Division 4 girls, it's time to head out to the starting line.
All your feet are behind the line. If somebody goes down, don't assume that we're going to stop the race. Make sure that you continue running until you hear secondary shots go off. Make sure over here on the chute, you run all the way through, cross the sensor so we can get your time. And your command will be on your marks. Make sure your feet are behind the line. On your marks.
And we're underway with the 46th annual ASICS Clovis Invitational. For those of you who haven't been to the course before, they'll go off the grass, past the ticket booth, make a right-hand turn as they cross the street toward the Christmas tree, head out to the whoop-de-doos, go through the whoop-de-doos, around the log, down the street, into the tunnel of trees. You'll see them from the finish line area going through the tunnel of trees. Mile mark is just past the tunnel of trees. They'll go up a little bump through the S turns, over to the dark side of the course, then go down, falling off the earth to Killer Hill, up Tiller Hill, and weave their way down and back up to 2 Mile Hill, come back through the mile mark, and repeat to the finish for the Woodward Park 5K course. Also moved up into that lead path. Emmenbach is the leader. De La Ronda and Reese and Rural. As you can see, see them coming down the tunnel of trees right now, led by the HD Runners lead vehicle. This is Hembach. Hembach in the Bumblebee uniform of Peninsula, your leader, will have, as they'll be hitting the mile mark in just a moment. We're at about 5:30 right now. Leader, Hembach, Peninsula, going by the mile mark right now. 5:42, Hembach, De La Ronda, Taylor Wallersdick of Chico up there from the northern section. Layla Ward, Reese Tamburo, the Real of McQueen of Nevada, Stella Newman of Burlingame, is 7th at the mile mark. Chloe Oakland Tech. Maya Brown of River Valley, and Carol also of Burlingame. Burlingame 2 in the top 10. Early leader. Tight race going up here. She ran 5:04, excuse me, 5:04, 5:14 to take second in the Northern Section in the 1600 last year. She was also second in the 32 in 11:17. As we're getting to the top of Phillips Hill, make that left-hand turn, go down to the dip before heading up to the 2-mile mark. We just passed the bottom of the dip and we're heading up to the top of the hill. De La Ronda. Looks like Long in second. Also up in Elizabeth Carroll throwing game seems to be up in the lead pack. Back through off the 2-mile hill. You see them stripping that hill as they head through the hill past the 2-mile path momentarily. De La Ronda comes by with a 1 mile to go at 12:27 with Willersick just behind. Now Stella Newman, the Panthers of Burlingame, and her teammate Elizabeth Carroll, also of Burlingame, are third and fourth. Reese Tamboro has been up in that lead group all along. You can see them going through the tunnel of trees right now. Peninsula still up in the lead group. Lebec, Layla Ward, and Medea of Bayer, along with Erickson of Mission Vista. Nobody with 5 by the a mile to go mark. Once again, you can see them working their way through the tunnel trees. De La Ronda has made the turn. She's got less than 1,300 meters to go. She's heading toward the log. She'll make the left turn, go down the whoop-de-doos. De La Ronda with about a 30-meter lead right now. As she makes a turn at the log, heading to the whoop-de-doos. Stella Newman, Burlingame Panthers in second. Willerstick of Chico, the Panthers, is in third, and Stella Newman of the Burlingame Panthers appears to be in fourth, with Reese Tamburo hanging tough there. Team-wise, Elk Grove holding a slight lead over the Lancers of Thousand Oaks. Maria Carrillo in third, Lynbrook in fourth, Chico in fifth, Burlingame in fifth, Mission Vista of Ocean View in sixth, Windsor in eighth, Madera South ninth, and Reno of Nevada in 10th. Half mile to go. Heating up here. De La Ronda. 15:40 with 800 meters to go. Could be in that high 18 minutes, low 19-minute range here for De La Ronda, who's run 18:48 on the course. Taylor Wellersdick of Chico, Stella Newman of Burlingame, and Elizabeth Carroll of Burlingame battling it out for second, third, and fourth. You should see De La Ronda soon as she heads toward the ticket booth here. If you're at the finish line area, if you're looking toward Audubon Street, which is the entrance in the park, you can see the lead vehicle right now approaching the ticket booth. That's about 300 meters to go. As we can see our lead vehicle, and De La Ronda is trying to catch that lead vehicle. Maggie De La Ronda, the senior from Thousand Oaks. She's at 17:15. Could have a very fine early meet time here. You can see her on the road if you're at the finish line area. Help her along once she gets into the gauntlet of grass at Woodward Park. Here she comes. This is Maggie De La Ronda of Thousand Oaks. Best time of 18:48 on the course. That should be shattered today as we're just at 17:50. Help her home here. Here comes your leader, Maggie De La Ronda of Thousand Oaks. We're at 18 and change right now. De La Ronda, your Division 4 champion, unofficially 18:11. We'll get our official time.
She was throwing up on the way in.
Newman battling out with Wellerdick is in the red. That's Newman taking second. We're just at 18:30. Hurry home on the grass, girls. Got a chance to break at 19. Carroll of Burlingame gives the Panthers 2 in the top 4. Chloe LeDuc. Here comes Reese Tamburo. Thousand Oaks number 2. The clock now coming in. You can follow all these results on finish results. Like Reno's number 2. Elk Grove, who was leading at the 2 mile. And we're just at 19:15.
What's your ETA? Oh, there you are. We're trying to get the girl, but she's through up. Can you come here for a second?
Well, we're still under 20 minutes. People coming on the grass have a chance of breaking 20 here. We're at 19:45. Elk Grove looks to be first with 3 in. 19:55, 56, 57, 58, 59. 20 minutes. Great first race here for the girls.
Good job, girls.
Elk Grove's got 3 in. They're Chico and Reno now looks to have 3 and 4. Carrillo's got 4 in. Elk Grove's got Carrillo with the first. Maria Carrillo with the first with 5 in. Now Elk Grove's got 5 in. Chico's got 5 in. Tight race here.
Keep working, keep working. All the way down.
Elk Grove with a slight lead early on, but the scores will keep tabulating here. We're just over 21 minutes. (21-15). Looks like Elk Grove and Thousand Oaks and Mario Carrillo all battling it out for that team title. Chico up there, Lindbrook.
I'm Carlo Morrison here with Maggie De Leonda here at the Clovis Invitational. Maggie, the first winner of the day here in the Division 4 girls race. Maggie, it was a close race up until around the 2-mile mark. Then you made your move. Just talk about the strategy that went into that and how good it feels to win the first race of the day here at the Clovis Invitational.
So yeah, mile 1 was really nice. We went out pretty slow, I think. But once I got into mile 2, I believe there was just one go ahead of me, and I just kind of felt like I had to be moving a bit faster. So after I got in front of her, I just decided to put it on her a bit and then head up that hill. And once I was up there, I was kind of ready to be done.
About a 30-second PR for you on the course today. And, you know, we're starting to get to the point in the cross-country season where times are beginning to matter. You guys are starting to think about some of your postseason goals. What are some of your goals after this race, and how does the performance here affect some of those goals?
Definitely just showing the girls on my team that if you want it bad, you just got to go out and take it. You can't wait for really anything because this season goes by really fast. So my goals is to take me and my team to prelims and hopefully finals, and then once we get there, to state.
All right, last but not least, most important question. You showed up here, you raced at 7:15. You got the rest of the weekend. What are your plans for the rest of Friday and Saturday?
I'm going to take a train down to San Diego, visit UCSD, some friends down there tomorrow, so I got a train to catch.
All right, Maggie De Leonda, the first winner here today in the Division 4 Girls at the Clovis Invitational. We got plenty of more races and interviews for you as the day continues. Once again, I'm Kyle Morrison.
Thank you.
Of course.
Make sure your feet are behind the line.
I'm on start.
If somebody goes down, don't assume we're going to stop the race. Continue your running until you hear a secondary shots go off. One important thing, guys, run all the way through the chute behind me, past the sensors. You will not get a time if you do not pass this sensor. People are stopping before the sensors. And your commands will be on your marks. On your marks.
Here we go. Boys Division 6. This race is not our championship race, but it is a preview of the Division 5 state meet. We've got 4 teams ranked in the top 9 in the state in this race, led by Flint Ridge Prep. They're ranked number 4 in the state, 5th in the section. 5th in California last year. The top-ranked team going into this race, so this should be rather interesting here. St. Margaret's, another Southern section school, ranked 5th in the state. Ontario Christian, ranked 9th. And as we go into Nueva, also in that top 10. And as we get going here in our Girls Division 6 in about 20 minutes, we'd like all the girls in the Carlo Prandini Girls Championship race to be at the starting line at 8 o'clock. We know that's 15 minutes prior to the start of your race. We will introduce all the individuals and all the teams, but coaches and athletes, please be aware we will give you plenty of time to continue that warm-up while we get ready to introduce. Introductions only take us about 5 to 7 minutes, and then there'll be a few minutes there. Make sure you're at the start line. We will not start that race until all the athletes are set and ready to go. So you can continue to do your warm-up up and down the start line area right up until we get to the introductions. And then once everybody's introduced, you'll be plenty of time to get into your box area. All right, through that first 800, Jonah Vasquez of Cathedral and his teammate Maximus de la Cruz, our early leader, Marcus Napoli of Napomo. That's the top 3 taking us through the first 800 meters. And the runners going around the log, coming up to the 1,200 meter mark. It should be coming into view if you're at the mile. Again, if you've got relatives, friends at home, want to watch, tell them to go to YouTube and search HD Runners, and they can see the race live. If you haven't already, you can download the app, Finished Results, and you'll get all the splits for all the runners at the mile mark, the 2 mile mark, the 2.1, and the finish, and the race scores of all the teams. That is a free app. So here come our leaders coming up to the mile mark. They're about 200 meters from that mile mark. And they go through that first mile. Looks like Conrad Chern brings them up, and they go through right at 4:51. They'll cut back to the Cathedral. Third, and good Rich Prep. De La Cruz up in the Cathedral. Third of High Tech in Mesa. Christian Hoover of Central, Garcia of Cathedral, Krause of Flint Ridge Prep, and Perschetti of International School of Los Angeles. That is our top 10. They go through 451 to 502. Flint Ridge Prep out well.
They've got a slight lead over Cathedral, then Ontario Christian and St. Margaret's. Houston, Brentwood, those are our top 6 through the mile. Flint Ridge with about a 20-point lead at the mile mark. And Declan Mansbridge of Flint Ridge Prep moving in towards the lead here. He ran 14:53 at Woodbridge for 3 miles earlier this year. Last year he was the Southern Section Division 4 champion at 1,600 meters. He ran 4:16.97, so he certainly got the chops to be up front leading that group as they head up into the parking lot to the halfway point here. Look a little bit more at that team score. Flint Ridge Prep currently ranked in the top 5 in the state in Division 5, running very well. Cathedral has gone out well also. They're about 35 points back. Ontario Christian about 15 behind Cathedral, and then St. Margaret's and Houston. And Mansbridge continues to push that pace. He's joined by Churn of Crystal Springs Upland, Napoli of Napomo, and Vasquez of Cathedral. The boys that were all in there at the mile, hang in there going to the 1.5 miles. So we're about halfway through now, heading up the Killer Hill to the 2 mile. And once again, girls entered in the championship race scheduled to go at 8:15. We'd like you at that start line in just about 10 minutes. They're going to line you up for introductions. Once again, coaches, don't worry, we're going to give them plenty of time to keep warming up. Introductions will be done. They can continue to warm up before and after, and we're going to make sure everybody is set on that start line before we fire the gun. So do not worry. We're going to make sure that race goes off well. And it looks like Jonah Vasquez of Cathedral used that hill to open up a little bit of a lead heading to the 2 mile mark. Raphael Jobson of Jesuit also moving up well. Kai Rotter of High Tech Mesa, along with Chern and Mansbridge. So we're setting ourselves up for a great last mile here in our boys Division 6 varsity race. And with a mile to go, Vasquez of Cathedral came by with a lead at 10:39. And then Rottler High Tech High a couple seconds back. Hoover of Central, Christian Hoover now moving up to join that group. Mansbridge just a second behind. So we've got 5 boys, Napoli of Napomo, 5 boys within 5 seconds of each other heading out with a mile to go. Then we got Garcia of Cathedral, give Cathedral 2 of the top 6. Churn of Upland hanging in there. De La Cruz of Cathedral gives Cathedral 3 of the top 8. Perchetti of the International School of Los Angeles in 9th. Causey of St. Margaret's moving up well. He's now moved into the top 10. Wadra, his teammate, right behind him. So the boys from St. Margaret's moving up. They moved up about 10 spots from the mile to the 2 mile. Earns of Emmanuel, Grunder of Ontario Christian, Ordonez of Ontario Christian, and Sade of Heritage Christian. They are in the top 15. So a good battle team-wise here. Will that up front strength of Cathedral hold? Right now, Ontario Christian and Cathedral, St. Margaret's all separated by less than 8 points with a mile to go. So it'll be great finish. And Flint Ridge Prep just about 8 more points back. So about 20 points separating the first 4 teams with a mile to go. And as we get ready for that finish, we're going to remind you a couple times, they spent so much time putting up these fences, and they are there, but not to lean on. So if you got a primary spot, you don't want to lean anyway because you want both hands free to clap. And so don't lean on that, just clap real loud, and don't push that fence over, please. We'd appreciate it. And Vasquez still continue to lead with Mansbridge chasing him down with about 800 meters to go. And our leaders now, just about 300 meters to go. We've got a gap of only about 5 meters separating 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all right in line coming in. And once again, one more quick admonition if we could. As they come in there, we want you to be right there along the finish and yelling and screaming. Just please don't push on those poles or ropes. So we don't want that finish line to go over right there and finish. Look at this, coming onto the road. Here we go, we've got a battle. And Mansbridge in the blue, Vasquez in the white coming onto the grass, 90 meters to go. Declan Mansbridge of Flint Ridge Prep bringing it home, but he's going to have to hold off. Vasquez coming up, and we're going to be right at 15:30, 15:31. Oh my, great start. Mansbridge 15:31, Vasquez 15:32. We'll look for this team battle here now. Here comes number 2 for Cathedral, the first of the St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's with 2 now. Here comes Cathedral, number 3. That up front strength of Cathedral coming on. 3 across the line. St. Margaret's, Flint Ridge Prep. Flint Ridge Prep with the FP on their shirt. St. Margaret's looking for the white of Cathedral in this group. And Flint Ridge Prep wrapped right in there. No team with 5 across yet. We're still only at 16:40. All these boys on the grass here going to be under 17. How much under 17? 16:50. And Ontario Christian will be the first with 5 across. Flint Ridge now with 5 across. St. Margaret's with 5. It will depend on the other teams where their runners displace. Ontario Christian, St. Margaret's, and Flint Ridge Prep, the first 3 schools with 5 across in our Division 6 boys race here. Girls in the Carlo Prandini Championship race, we'd like you over at the start line area now. They're going to explain to you how they're going to line you up. Monte Vista Christian, Houston, Brentwood, and Piedmont have 5 runners across. And Cathedral joins that group now. Ontario Christian holding on. This is dynamic scoring. That means it'll score when a team crosses 5. So another team that may not be in that top group may have had 1 or 2 boys intermixed in the top 10 or 15. That will push other teams' scores higher. But right now, Ontario Christian, St. Margaret's, Flint Ridge Prep, and Cathedral look solidly in our top 4. All right, great atmosphere here. It doesn't matter who you're waiting to cheer on. Let's cheer them all on. Our boys finishing strong, going to break 19. If you're on the grass right now, you've got 20 seconds to get there under that big ASICS arch and be a sub-19 runner at Woodward Park. All right, our boys giving it their all. All right, all you ladies lined up at the start line, would you please jog out about 70 meters or so. They're going to line you all up. You're going to have plenty of time. When we introduce you, you go right back to your box. Thank you so much. So much better working with the girls and the boys. Everybody pays attention. Thank you, ladies. Everybody down at the start line, just jog on out. You can continue to stretch. They're going to line you up, or we're going to do introductions in just a minute or two. Introduce all of the athletes in our great Friday Carlo Prandini Clovis Invitational Championship race.
I'm Kyle Morrison here with HG Runners of the Clovis Invitational. I'm here with Declan Mansbridge, who just won the second race of the day here on Friday in the Division 6 boys race. Declan, it was a really close race all throughout. You ended up winning it with a kick. Just talk about the confidence that gives you in your finishing burst, be able to win a big race like this at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, that was the goal going in, is just stick with the leaders through 2.1 and then move from there. At about 800, I started to move, so it worked out.
Awesome, Declan. So, Declan, you come here, race early at Clovis. What was your pre-race routine, and how did it get you ready here to win this race?
Yeah, I mean, the pre-race routine, just warm up with the boys. We came out yesterday, shook out on the course, and felt good going in, so yeah.
A win like this here in mid-October as we get closer and closer to the postseason has to give you a lot of confidence. Just talk about some of the goals you have for later in the season and how this is going to help you going forward.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the state course, it's huge. You know, the goal is going into the season, really get a good team finish, which we did today. It was great to see. You know, we weren't fully healthy, but all the boys came out, showed up, and also to finish as a top individual, which I think we can definitely do.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Declan. And we have a sticker here for you. Thank you so much for watching HD Runners. This is your winning sticker for winning the Division 6 Boys race here at Clovis Invitational.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Declan. Appreciate it. You've been watching HD Runners. I'm Kyle Morrison.
Clovis Unified and the state of California. Looking for Jana Murray, Ashlyn Malone, Anna Villavicencio on the far street side of the course. Autumn Burks, Anna Mannion, Giselle Fernandez, Julia Maya. championship race. First individual from Moore Park, Jenna Murray. Individual in the race, Ashlyn Milan of Cardinal Newman. Anna Villavicencio of Woodlake. She's run 18:30 on this course. A freshman from Tahoe Truckee, Autumn Burks. She's run 2:17 for the 8. She ran 16:51 at Woodbridge. Brenna Mannion of Vista del Lago. 18:07 on the course. Amelia Sarkeesian of Brentwood has run 17:31. She's the defending Division 5 state champion. And Amaya Bardwaj of Palo Alto, the Vikings, 17:34, 2:13 in the 800. Now our individual, our team. First of all, from the North Coast section, finishing number 2 in Division 2 North Coast section last year, 9th in the state. They're ranked 6th in the state right now in Division 2, Redwood. Next, from the Central section, ranked number 1 in the Central section for Division 3, San Luis Obispo Tigers. The 2022-2023 California State Champions are ranked number 2 for this season, Crystal Springs Upland. From the Southern section, they were 10th in Division 3 Southern section last year, Ovia. Second in Division 5 last year. State ranked number 1 in the Central section right now and number 1 in the state for Division 5, Emmanuel. From the Southern section, they are ranked number 5 in Division 4 Southern section, number 9 in the state, Laguna Beach. 8th in the state last year. Ranked number 4 in Southern section, number 8 in the state for Division 4, the Oaks Christian Lions. From the Southern section, the Warriors of West Torrance, they were 10th in the state in Division 3 last year. They're ranked 7th in Southern section this year. Let's introduce another individual just making a late appearance here. Famous name on this course from Riverbank. She's run 17:57 on the course. She was state in the 16 last year, Giselle Fernandez. From the Central Coast section, they were 4th at the De La Salle Invitational this year. They were 11th in Division 2 Central Coast section last year, Lehigh. They were 2nd to the nationally ranked St. Francis team in a invitational this year. From the Sac Joaquin section, Oakdale. Ranked in the top 5 in the state overall by DieStat. They were 5th in Division 3 last year, ranked number 3 in Southern section, and number 3 in the state, the Oak Park Eagles. From the San Diego section, they were 2nd in the state last year in Division 3, Point Loma, the Pointers. 3rd in the state last year in Division 3, ranked number 3 in Southern section, but number 1 in the state, Santa Margarita. undefeated this year. Second in the 5A Nevada State meet last year, Galena of Nevada. From the North Coast section, they're ranked number 3 in the state. They've won both the Lowell Invitational and the De La Salle Invitational this year. Undefeated Archie Williams. And ranked number 29 in the nation. They were 7th in the state last year in Division III, ranked 4th in Division III this year. This is the St. Francis Troubadours of Sacramento.
Okay, no more runouts, please.
Shot Randy, looking good out there. See drone in the sky, we are going to drone. Looking nice.
No more runouts, please. Coaches, spectators, please leave the starting area. Make sure you're lined up with your feet behind the line on the concrete. If you hear a secondary shot and somebody falls, I will bring you back to start the race over. Make sure that you run completely through the chute behind me over the sensors. Otherwise, you will not get any time. Your command will be on your marks. On your marks.
And we're underway with the Carl Prandini Girls Championship Friday race. Bartawa jumps to the lead as we come off the grass, 126 meters into the race. As you can see, the V working its way out if you're looking on HD Runners. Great coverage here. Thank you for all the people along the chute area for not leaning on the ASICS banner. Look, Sarkisian of Brentwood looks to be out in that lead group. Solemn of West Torrance and Alyssa Gutierrez, who's been having just a fabulous freshman season, up at the front end of that pack. Gutierrez has run 226 and 512 as a freshman. Alyssa Gutierrez won the Kim twice. She was first at the Bulldog Invitational. She ran 16:37 at Woodbridge. Looks like Solemn and Gutierrez jumping in the lead. Kamala Solom of West Torrance. She won Laguna Hills, Dana Hills. She ran 16:29 at Woodbridge. Usually add about a minute on the Woodbridge to the Woodward Park course. We'll see how that computes today. And Solom and Gutierrez are taking it out early on. Past the 800 mark, we're at about 2:35, so there are no prisoners here. Gutierrez, Solom, and Bardois. They are scooting early on. We could see flames coming off the course here as they're moving. That lead group, all Solom has run 18:01 on the course. She's run 4:57 on the track, 10:49. Gutierrez, just a freshman, been running very well. And Bardois of Palo Alto's runs 17:34 here. She has 2:13, 4:48, 10:46 speed. She was 8th in the state in the 16. They're making the turn at the log, and you see the top three running as a pack if you're out there. And then a little gap, it looks like Sarkisian is next. And maybe Fernandez up in there. They're crossing the street, coming down. They're coming into the tunnel of trees. If you're up at the top, you can look down and see them coming through the tunnel trees. If you're on the course down there, help them along because we're running crazy fast early on. Fernandez leading that chase group with Brooke Lee of Archie Williams, Carol Dye of Santa Margarita, and Anna Villavicencio of Woodlake. You can say, wow, look at that front pack. There's 5 in that front pack as they're heading toward the mile mark. Looks like Gutierrez with a slight lead. Solomon right there. We'll get the mile splits in just a second. But yeah, there's a pack of 4, in the front end. As they head up the hill just past the mile mark, traditionally known as where the race starts at Woodward Park, at the top of the mile. Solomon is the leader. They come through at 5:24. Gutierrez, Lee, Bardois, all at 5:25 or under. Carol Dye lurking right behind in 5th at 5:30. Villavicencio in 6th. Sarkisian in 7th. Terrell of Monrovia in 8th. Wagner of Laguna Beach in 9th. Freshman Autumn Burks down from the altitude of Tahoe, Truckee in 10th. And Fernandez just behind in 11th. Clara Riddle also up there. Team-wise, St. Francis, Santa Margarita, Oak Park, Archie Williams, Point Loma, and Redwood of Larkspur all up in that lead group. St. Francis, The leaders now weaving through the S turns, making it up, going over to the dark side of the course. The big four up front, Solemn, Gutierrez, Brooke Lee, and Bardwa, excuse me, are your first four as they're heading toward the rock right now. They'll make that little climb up on the road. Celine, Bardwas, Gutierrez, and just behind is Brooke Lee. As they're approaching the rock, they're heading up the hill here just a moment. Coming up the hill, and they'll be stepping onto the asphalt in just a moment here. Celine, Bardwas, Gutierrez, and Lee, and they're halfway home now. They're at about 8:40, halfway home. Could see a mid 17-minute time. Celine, Bardwas, Gutierrez, and Lee. Basically 2 packs of 2 with Celine and Bardwas. As they're heading up Killer Hill. Celine, Bardwas, Gutierrez hanging tough, the freshman from St. Francis, and Brooke Lee not being shy either. Celine pushing the park pace, but Bardwas not going away, the senior from Palo Alto. She was 4th in the state last year in Division II. She's undefeated this year. And they've opened up a gap over Gutierrez and Lee of about 20 meters as they're working their way up to the top of Killer Hill right now. So that second pack. In the dip, before they going up the 2 Mile Hill, side by side, Bardwas and Celine, nobody backing off as they're coming up to the top of 2 Mile Hill right now. They passed 2 Mile at about 11:05. .11:05 is right at 17 low pace traditionally on this course. And they're side by side. Should be coming down the hill across the mat momentarily. If you look down at the tunnel of trees, you'll see them screaming back down the tunnel of trees. Bardwas and Celine. with the mile to go, 11:48 for Bardois and Celine. They're separated by 0.3 of a second. Gutierrez still hanging tough in third. Bardois throwing in a little surge here. The senior from Palo Alto. Gutierrez comes through at 11:54. 11:48 is still in that low 17 time, maybe 17:20s. Now Bardois continue to stretch it out. Celine hanging tough in second. His PR on the course is 18:01. She looks like she's crushing that today. Looks like she made the turn by the log. Correction, they're not quite to the log. Bardois making the turn at the log right now. She'll head down the whoop-de-doos. Celine not going away. But Bardois continues to stretch the lead. She's got about 1,000 meters to go on this 5K course. She's at 13:50 right now. We'll let you know when she passes a half mile to go. She is last year was a Division II runner in the state meet. So we're at 14:50. Bardois chasing down the lead scooter here. Looking very strong. This is just her second race of the year. She won her league center meet by over a minute on the tough Balin's course. .14:30 with a half mile to go. Could be low 17s here. She maintains the traditional pace the rest of the way in. People along the fence would greatly appreciate it if you did not lean on the fence, especially if you're right by the finish line. Please do not lean on the ASICS fence. And next time we'll see our leader. She's working her way around the Christmas tree. Bardois. Meanwhile, team-wise, looks like St. Francis and Santa Margarita, two state Division III powers. St. Francis ranked number 29 in the nation, but Santa Margarita ranked number 1 in the state. St. Francis had a stellar season. You can see the leader, Bardois, Amaya Bardois of Palo Alto. We're just at 16:10. She's got 300 meters to go. Lee now in second from Archie Williams. We're at 16:20. Help her home. She's just passing 200 meters to go. This is Amaya Bardois of Palo Alto. 16:32. Help her onto the grass here. 16:40. She's got a shot at sub 17. Help her along here, folks. Put your hands together. Encourage her along here. Seeing an incredible performance. 16:55, 66, just over. What a performance. Give her a hand. 17:04 unofficially. Lee with a good surge in the middle part of the course. Fernandez coming from way back. We're just at 17, 20. Celine Gutierrez, the freshman. Kale Dye. Gudit of Galena. Sarkeesian. First Redwood, first Lee. First Point Loma. Sarkeesian. Here comes Villavicencio. We're just at 18 minutes now. This is a freshman from Tyler Truckee, Autumn Burke. Great finisher for Oak Park. 2 for Oak Park, 2 for Archie Williams, 3 for Archie Wisdom, 2 for Santa Margarita, 2 for St. Francis, 3 for St. Francis, 3 for Santa Margarita, 4 for St. Francis, and here comes number 5 for the Troubadours. Oak Park's 4, Santa Margarita's 4. What a great race here. We're not at 19 minutes yet. Looks like number 6 for St. Francis. St. Francis was the first with 5 in. They look to be moving up in their state rankings. And boys, if you're in the championship race, you should be coming to the start line. We'll bring you out for introductions in 5 minutes. Team-wise, St. Francis, Santa Margarita, Oak Park, Archie Williams, Redwood of Larkspur.
Morrison here for HD Runners of the Clovis Invitational. We just had our first championship race of the day, the Carlo Prandini Girls Championship race, and I am here with the winner of that race, Amaya Bardwaj. Bardwaj, 17:03. You came very close to breaking 17. What an incredible performance. Just talk about how your season's been so far and what has led you up to this point.
I think I definitely raised my mileage a bit this fall because it's my senior year, but also the stress of junior year being over. I feel like I'm just running free and I don't get as nervous before races, and I think that really helps me.
You'll be hard pressed to find a more competitive race than the one you just raced in, not only in California but in the nation. How much confidence does it give you that you showed up in such a competitive race and you took home the win here so early in the cross-country season?
Yeah, I'm literally in shock. I did not expect to win at all. I was in shock that I was still in second at the second mile, so I think this gives me a lot of confidence because last year my teammate Kinga, she's at Cornell now, she ran a 4:42 mile. So running with her every day, I was never the best on my team, so I think that humbled me a bit. Yeah, I feel a lot more confident now.
So I got to ask you then, if you were not expecting to win this race going in, at what point in the race were you oh my gosh, I can win this thing?
I don't know. I think maybe the last. I didn't know till I saw the finish line because I thought maybe it was gonna get hogged down, just because we went out really hard and I wasn't expecting this at all. So just as I crossed the finish line, maybe I had no clue.
Well, you know, it's a good surprise to have. I have a sticker here for you from HD Runners. This is going to be the top award of the day as we go on throughout the day. The sticker from HD Runners, this is to congratulate you on winning this race. Yeah, make sure you hold it there along with your Gatorade cup. Congratulations on the win here in our first championship race of the day, and I hope you got good plans for the rest of the weekend. You're done with the hardest part of your weekend here on Friday morning. Thank you so much, Amaya. I'm Kyle Morrison for HD Runners, once again here at the Clovis Invitational. You are watching HD Runners.
So top three teams, St. Francis with 100, Santa Margarita with 111, Oak Park with 116, Archie Wilson with Division 4 team 132, Larkspur 144, Redwood of Larkspur, Point Loma 196, Lee 203, Laguna Beach 249, Emmanuel Division 5 263, St. Louis Obispo 267. Tremendous first championship race here today, and the hits just keep on coming. Boys Championship, folks, if you could report out 70 meters out, if you would like to get introduced and participate in the race, get out there. There'll be plenty of time to warm up afterwards, but please come out and line up, and you'll see the gentleman in the middle. He's got the team list to tell you what number. You look on the ground, and there's pink numbers down there. If you're listed as number 1, not your box number, but the number that he gives you.
So if you're an individual, you're going to be the first individuals will be introduced. So if you're an individual, you will be on that right side looking back towards the start. Alani and Kyle will line you up, and then the teams go in that order. So if you're an individual, move over to the right side looking back. Let's have everybody that's down there at the start line jog on out, please. This is our Steve Ward Boys Championship race. So this is the 46th annual Clovis Invitational. It has become one of the great high school invitationals in the country, and it all due to all the hard work that came before. Certainly our meet manager, Eli Quintana, a Clovis High grad himself, will tell you that thanks to the great efforts of Carlo Prandini, which we honored by naming our girls race, and our great friend Steve Ward, they were the coaches here that started this whole thing 46 years ago. Clovis High School has turned this into really a great high school event, and Steve Ward is with us today. He's over there right by the start line in the blue with the hat on over there. So we want to thank Carlo and Steve for all the work. Clovis High has been a force, not just in running the meet, but a great cross-country powerhouse for half a century, literally. And Steve Ward, at the beginning of all of that, helping to build this. We're just delighted that Steve is with us today. He was with us in that first meet, that first state meet we had here way back in 1987. And Carlo and Steve and all the folks here at Clovis responsible for putting that on and getting us ready to go. So we are now ready to do our introductions in just a moment. pleasure now to introduce the members, the individuals, and the teams in our Steve Ward Boys Championship race.
Start cam.
All right, our pleasure to introduce the individuals. He's a junior from Archbishop Mitty, second at the Balin's Invitational, Ved Nath. Senior from McFarland, the Morro Bay Invitational champion this year. The Jim White Invitational champion, Diego Ochoa. Senior from Ocean View, and 1451 already this year, Maury Young. Senior from Christian Brothers, he was the Lagoon Valley Classic champion this year, Jackson Levasseur. Senior from Tahoe Truckee, he's won the Oakmont, the Nevada Union, and the Truckee Invitational this year, Kiefer Wilcox. Senior from Nueva, the Artichoke Invitational champion, the Ram Invitational champion, Woodbridge, he won the regular race there, Ryan Fitzpatrick. And a senior from Kimball, he won the Flame Invitational this year, Andres Lomelli. And our top teams, Division 4 team from the North Coast, fifth in the D4 race last year in the state meet, St. Mary's College. Division 3 team from North Coast, fourth this year at the Ed Sias Invitational, Maria Carrillo. From the Central Coast, they were the Clovis Invitational Extra Large champions last year, Branham. Out of Nevada, they won the Nevada Union and Truckee Invitationals this year, Galena. And a Division 3 school from the Southern Section, ranked 7th in the Southern Section this year, Santa Margarita. Also from the Southern Section, Division 3 school, they were second in the regular race at Woodbridge this year, Servite. Division 3 school from the Central Section, ranked third in the Central Section this year, San Luis Obispo. Division 3 school, Central Section, ranked 2 in the section, Reedley. Out of the Southern Section, they are ranked 6th in the Southern Section in Division 3, South Pasadena. Division 3 school from the Southern Section, the Moore Park Invitational champions this year, Agura. Division 3 school from the Southern Section, runner-up in the state meet last year, Oak Park. Ranked number 2 in Division 4 in the Southern Section, this is Foothill Technology. And the top-ranked team in the Southern Section in Division 3, West Torrance. Division 5 school from the Southern Section, runner-up in the state meet last year, led by senior Ollie O'Connor. He won the Small Schools Championship race here last year, Viewpoint. And a Division 4 school, the defending 4 California state champions. They set a new D4 state meet record last year, Oaks Christian. And a Division 5 school from the Central Coast, the defending 5 California state champions. They ran 76:37 last year, set a new meet and Central Coast record, the Menlo School. All right, and once again, a special thanks to Steve Ward. He is going to be right there. Give us a wave if we can there. Steve, thank you so much for being here. Runners, this will be your last run out. We're going to turn it over to the start of our great Friday Championship Boys race.
Everyone, we're about 8 minutes out until the official start time for the next race. We're live on start cam.
All right, we're going to turn it over to our starter, Mike Paisno, for the start of our Steve Ward Boys Championship race.
Sorry, take it.
Go ahead, join line up, please.
Michael's saying about starting early or not. Are they starting early? Should I get thrown up?
No more runouts.
Looks like they're going to go for it. Copy. Go ahead, drone. Copy. Drone going up.
Spectators and coaches, please leave the starting area. When you line up, make sure your feet are on the concrete, not hanging over on the grass. If somebody goes down, don't assume we're going to stop the race. Continue running until you hear a secondary shot go off. One important thing, when you run through the chute behind me, make sure you run all the way through so we get a time. The sensors are farther past the ASICS sign. Your commands will be on your marks. On your marks.
Here we go, the Steve Ward Clovis Invitational Championship race. And a little bit different than our girls' championship race. Instead of having a group take it off, we've got a group of about 10 wide going up through the road. And 80 seconds into our race, they have made their ways through the Christmas trees. Viewpoint, top-ranked team in the state in Division 5. They ran 76.04 at Woodbridge this year. That's about a 15-12 average here. Outstanding Division 5 school. And then Menlo right with them, as we mentioned, set the all-time record. They're the only non-Southern section school to ever break 77 minutes on this course, a D5 school. In our group, though, we've still got everybody in it at about 600 meters into the race. And they go by 800 meters right at about 2:19 through the first 800, so a solid first 800. And Murillo, Brannon, right to the front there. Nath, the individual from Archbishop Mitty, and Lamelli, individual from Kimball, trying to push that pace a little bit over the whoop-de-doos. And the senior from Kimball, Andres Lamelli, trying to take the pace out a little bit. He's got only about a 2 or 3 meter lead over a huge pack, and they are making contact right with him. But Lamelli, the Doist Invitational champion this year, ran 14:19 down at Woodbridge early in the year. Certainly got the chops to hang there. We make the turn at the log. And there are literally 50 boys within 10 seconds of each other still as we make our way heading to the mile mark.
Ready, Mike? Mike, nice shot.
Lamelli still the leader, but the pack all right behind him. And we're coming up to the mile mark. O'Connor now moving up from Viewpoint into that lead group. And O'Connor now moves up on Lamelli's shoulder. They're going to go by the mile there side by side, but everybody's still in it. They go by that mile at 4:44. All right, a fair time at that mile. We've got Lamelli, Murillo, Wilcox, Fitzpatrick, Coyson, Spragnell, Fieser, Presno, Young, Nawasu, Kruger, O'Connor, Scarins, Herrera, White, and Marley. There are, oh my, we have got 27 boys separated by 4 seconds through the first mile. So they're on pace right around in that low 15s. Good solid race, a lot of boys in that group. Looking at the team battle, West Torrance, Oak Park, Foothill, Tech. That's our top 3. St. Mary's, Oaks Christian, all right in there.
Yeah, helpful shot. Might be good. I liked the one that you had on the road. You actually got him when he was kicking, so that might be a better shot. I don't know if you could make it from there to the road for the end of the race. On there now.
So about halfway through, our pack finally starting to thin out just a bit, but really nobody with more than a yard or 2 separating between him and the runner right ahead of him.
Randy to control.
Go ahead, Randy.
Can I disattach the remote and like remote from base?
Affirmative, you can do that.
I'll bring it over when they come by again.
Copy. Yeah, Randy, you might as well just bring the whole...
We've got a little separation as we get ready for the hill here. Ollie O'Connor, the senior from Viewpoint, Lamelli from Kimball, Wilcox, all seniors. Wilcox out of Tahoe Truckee. They are just separated a bit, about 3 or 4 meters. And we're starting to spread out a little bit as we get ready to go up the hill. Then Indrain of Amador Valley, Murillo of Branham, that's the top 5.
Okay, give me a second. I actually don't know how to take this apart.
And we start heading up the hill. Wilcox of Tahoe, Lamelli of Kimball, O'Connor of Viewpoint, Murillo of Branham, and Coyson of Galena. All right. We've got a good shot here as they start up the hill. The four boys there separating a bit, with Coyson trying to stay close. And it looks like O'Connor pushing that pace a little bit. O'Connor, he won the Cool Breeze Invitational this year. He broke 15 down there, ran 14:56. Then he went on to that Screamin' Fast Woodbridge course and ran 14:07. But those four boys now moving up the hill, and it looks like Lomeli now going back to the lead, pushing it. We've got four boys, a gap of about 5 meters, and then another gap of about 5 meters, and then a group of about literally 20 boys all chasing down. So this is going to be a great team battle over the last mile, not to mention a great individual race. And it looks like Lomeli is going to push it up the hill. O'Connor is not letting him go, and right with him, staying close, Wilcox of Tahoe. Getting to the top of the hill, Lomeli, O'Connor, Wilcox, Murillo hanging close. We are flying here. Boys are just crossing the road and coming on the downhill. Looks like Murillo and O'Connor using that downhill. It's going to take a great last mile to see who will be the Steve Ward Championship winner here. We still got four boys, though, battling out. 1 mile to go. We've got O'Connor and Lomeli pushing the pace, and Wilcox and Murillo right behind them. They're separated by literally 1 second. Fitzpatrick now of Nueva has broken away from that group and trying to get up into that big five. Then we go Spragno of Santa Margarita, Arera of Reedley, Owusu of Oaks Christian, Benning of Agura, and Coyson of Galena. And team-wise, West Torrance in a great battle here with Oak Park. We've got West Torrance at 99, Oak Park at 102. A little bit of a gap to Foothill Tech at 130, St. Mary's at 150, and Oaks Christian at 206. So looking for West Torrance and Oak Park to battle for the championship here. And individually, O'Connor and Murillo, they are locked in a dead heat with about a 10-meter lead over Wilcox and Murillo. They make the turn at the log here. Just about 3/4 to go. Wilcox trying to bridge that gap, and O'Connor made a move going around the log. Here we go on those whoop-de-doos. You're going to try to open up, trying to stay close. Murillo of Kimball right there with him, just a step or two back, but this is the move that O'Connor has decided to make. He was 5th in the state meet last year. He's run 15:05, looking to maybe get under 15 to join that exclusive list. That is the benchmark for a boy here at Woodward Park. Can you get under 15? Last year, our D5 boys were phenomenal. Murillo, though, not given any quarter. He's still within 5 meters. Little bit of a gap now, opening up about maybe 15 meters with Wilcox and Murillo. And we go by at 12:40 with 800 to go, so certainly a great chance to get under 15. We certainly welcome you to the finish line. You can join us along there, but please, just a quick reminder, don't push against those ropes and don't push against those poles. We just want you to have both hands free so you can cheer. We're going to have a great start to our championship weekend here as our boys in our championship race now making their ways into the Christmas trees, and we're still just a little bit over 13 minutes. And O'Connor has opened up a bit more there through the Christmas trees, the width of the road. He's got now about 15 to 20 meters. Ollie O'Connor, he is running outstanding. He's run 9:03 for 3,200 on the track. Last year he won the Small Schools Invitational, ran 15:14, 15:05 in the state meet, and he is just now stepping off the grass, and he's got about 200 meters to go. All right, great shot to be under 15. You don't need to lean across the fence. You need to get your hands together, make a little noise as you bring them in. It'll be just about 120 meters to go, and we are at 14:30 right now. He's going to break 15. Wilcox coming along. Murillo trying to hold on. Here he comes, Ollie O'Connor. A great job. He's going to break 15. He's going to shatter it. 14:47. Here comes Lamelli. We are right at 14:55. Here comes Murillo, Wilcox, Fitzpatrick, and Benning of Agora. Now we go over the team battle looking for Oak Park. Oaks Christian, Galena, Servite. Oaks Christian with 2 now. And we're still only at 15:30. And we're still looking for 5 across the finish. Foothill Tech with 5 across, their 5th runner at 15:55. And West Torrance and Foothill Technology, Oak Park, those are the 3 schools with 5 across right now into the finish. West Torrance slightly leading. Agura joins that group with Oak Park. So West Torrance, Foothill Technology, Oak Park, and Agura, that's the top 4 schools. They're the first with 5 across the finish. Show you how fast this race. We're not even at 17 minutes yet. Boys, right here, you got a shot to get under 17. And we've got West Torrance at 50, 56 now. Foothill Tech about 6 points behind. Those 2 have separated themselves. And then it goes Oak Park, Agura, and St. Mary's College. West Torrance with a team time of 78:43.
I'm Kyle Morrison here with HT Runners on the first day of the Clovis Invitational. We just had our second championship race of the day. It was a boys championship race. Ollie O'Connor is here with me. Ollie, what a race that was. You break 15, the first person to break 15 here at the Clovis Invitational in 2025. Talk about that move you made just after the second mile. It was a risky move, but it was a move that paid off for you.
Definitely, yeah. I've made that move before here on this course. Last year at Clovis when I won the small schools race, I made the same move. I ran the mile to a K mark, and then last year at state, state. I made the same move. Thankfully, I had the privilege of running with one of the top guys from Menlo. He made that move, and I stuck with him. And in both prior years, or both prior races, I should say, it worked out very well for me. So I felt like it was a pretty similar scenario to the past few races where I was with two guys. We were pushing together over those hills, running really fast. But I know my kick is not my strong suit, so I was like, okay, I've made the move from the mile before. I want to try it again. I think that's my strength in winning a race on this course, so that was my idea behind it, and thankfully it worked out well.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Why is it that you decide to make that move so frequently with about a mile to go? What is it about going at a mile that really suits your strengths and allows you to win races, especially in big invitationals like this?
Definitely, yeah. My kick definitely is not my strong suit. My mile time is not that great, but I'm much better in the longer distances like the 3,200 and 5K. So I knew that I didn't want to leave it down to a 200-meter kick on the road, because then I know those guys are fast. They would have dusted me. And I think that I'm pretty strong mentally with like making it hard. So my mindset is like make it as hard as possible and try to just like stick through it all. We practiced that a lot during workouts and stuff. So I felt pretty confident in it, and thankfully it worked out.
Hey man, I'm right there with you. When I was a runner, I was so good at the 2 mile and the 5K, but so bad the 800. My coach used to say if he put meat on my legs and had dogs chase me, I wouldn't be able to break 2:05 in the 800, but I can still match up in the longer distances. You still have a long season ahead of you. Obviously a big win here at such a big race. What are some of your goals for the rest of the season?
Definitely, yeah. Hopefully in the remaining invitationals I run. So I guess the Mount Sac Invitational, and then moving into the CIF season. Hopefully to be undefeated in those. Then moving forward to state. Hopefully try and get that state championship. It's going to be really tough this year with all the competition in D5. Then hopefully, big main goal this season, hopefully get a bid to NXN in the fall.
All right, that's Ollie O'Connor here from Viewpoint High School. He just won the C1 Boys Championship race. We have a sticker here for you from HG Runners. This is going to be the biggest thing you get all day for your win in the Boys Championship race. But congratulations, Ollie. Wish you luck on the rest of the season, and congratulations again on the big win.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. I'm Kyle Morrison here with HG Runners here at the Clovis Invitational. Thank you so much for watching HG Runners.
1900 and over. All right, that was a fabulous boys championship race. We're going on to the girls championship, Division 5 race. Schools just under 1,600. Christian Brothers, some of the teams in there, they were 11th in Division 4 last year. Cabrillo Conquistadors, they were 21st in the state in Division 4. Chaminade, they're ranked number 7 in Division 4 Southern Section. Clovis South, the new school, the Longhorns, are ranked number 10 in Division 5 for the Central Section. Esperanza are ranked number 9 in Central Section, in the Southern Section. Newark Memorial was 17th in Division 3 last year. Placer, the Hill Girls, they were 3rd in Division 4 last year. La Cañada are ranked number 4 in Southern Section this year. South Pasadena, they're the 2024 Division 3 state champions. St. Ignatius been running very well this year from the Central Coast section. They're also in this race, one of about 40 teams towing the line for the the girls Division 5 race. Schools under 1,600 students. Once again, you see at the finish line are championship race namesake, Steve Ward, the founder of this meet back in 1980. And longtime Clovis Clovis High School coach.
Okay, no more runouts, please. Coaches and spectators, please leave the starting area. When you start, make sure your feet are off the grass and on the concrete. If somebody falls down, don't assume we're going to stop the race. Continue running until you hear a secondary shot go off. Behind me on the finish line, make sure you run completely through the chute, which is the tower where it says ASICS, completely through it, so we can get you a time. My command will be on your marks, and then we will start the race. On your marks.
And we're underway. Division 5 girls. Loaded field here. We have Elena Carlotis of Nevada Union is running 18:40 on the course. We have Riley Anderson of Placer. The Hill girls run 18:52. We have Addie Jackson of Cabrillo. She was the Ojai Invitational champion. And Ilana Horta of Albany, a freshman. She was first at the Be the Goat Invitational. Jennifer Diaz McFarland, she was second at Morro Bay and second in the Division II race at Portland Cross Country XC meet. Alice McCarty of Newark Memorial, she's undefeated this year. She's the Farmer Invitational champion. She's run 5:13. Katie Woodside of Esperanza has run 5:02 on the track. So another outstanding field here. See them crossing the road now. We've had a 14:47. And 17:03 in the championship races to set the standard for everybody to chase today. Approaching the half mile, they're out pretty quick here for the ladies. That's Caitlin Kraft of Covina is leading the group. Quinn Turner of Mission Viejo also up there. So making the turn past the log, getting ready to cross the street. Great pack up front. We have Caitlin Kraft, your early leader. And special thanks to Carlo Prandini and Steve Ward to come out today. Legends of the Clovis High School. Quinn Turner, Mission Viejo, up in that lead quad. And Leah Krasson, also of Mission Viejo. Isabella Rogers of Bishop O'Dowd. And the freshman from Albany, Elena Huerta, your top four. Turner, Crossan of Nevada Union, Huerta and Rogers. Turner, from 1134 as an 8th grader. She's just a freshman. She won the Dana Hills Division II race. She ran 1736 at Woodbridge. Kraft was 3rd at the Rosemead meet. And you could see them working their way through the tunnel of trees as they're heading to the mile mark. St. Ignatius first with 5 across. Placer and St. Ignatius in a battle for that first place spot right now. The Wildcats and the Hill Girls. Crossan, Huerta, Turner, Rodriguez, Kate Woodside of Esperanza, McCarty, Emma Amada Griffith of Chaminade, Perez of Mission Viejo, the Diablos 2 in the top 8. As we head into the S turns, excuse me, just past the S turns. Big pack again, Huerta, Turner, Crossan, and Rogers. Order stays the group stays the same, order slightly changes, but we have Turner the freshman, Huerta the freshman, Crossan, a junior from Nevada Union, and Rogers, a junior from Bishop O'Dowd. Rogers was 4th in Division IV North Coast section last year. So 2 emerging stars and 2 veterans are in that lead group right now. Getting ready to come onto the road. They fall off the face of the earth and then head up Killer Hill. But that pack of 4 is still connected at a hip. They have about a 7-meter lead on the chase group, which has about 10 girls in it. So front end is loaded here. As we're approaching the halfway point now, we should be, that's about 9:15, so it could be in that mid 18-minute range. Okay, we think Huerta and Turner are making a little break, so the freshmen making a move. Now it looks like 3, maybe Grayson, excuse me. And we're stretching just a little bit. Looks like Turner in second, maybe Huerta of Albany in the lead. But it's still tight as they come up to the top of Killer Hill. And Chase Pack trying to close it in a little bit. Group of 4 in the Chase Pack maybe now about 5 meters behind the big 3. And then maybe another 5-meter gap and a group of 10. So team battle will be very tight in here. Great races. If you haven't picked up your official, let's try that again, official meet t-shirt, go to the Mountain View Shelter, pick up the legendary Clovis Invitational t-shirt. Be cool at school Monday with your official Clovis Invitational t-shirt. Also check out their very well stocked snack bar. Looks like Crossan is the leader. Now Nevada Union. But it's like 3 friends running together. They're side by side here. There is less than a meter separating the top 3, which continues to be Huerta, Grayson, and Turner. Huerta, excuse me. They're side by side. Looks like Huerta and McCarty of Newark Memorial breaking a little break. And just past the 2-mile mark, mile to go. Nevada Union, Grayson in the lead, Turner in second, Huerta in third, less than a second separate them. Then there's about a 10-second gap. Perez of Mission Viejo gives Mission Viejo 2 in the top 4. McCarty of Newark Memorial, Kate Woodside of Esperanza, Isabel Rogers, Emma Amada Griffith of Chaminade, Elena Herodes of Nevada Union gives them 2 in the top 9, and Lucy Pasden of Albany gives them 2 freshmen in the top 10. Nobody has 5 across. You can see the girls going through the tunnel of trees. Pack of 3 as they cross the street. Albany girl, the freshman, Huerta. And Turner up there, and Grayson. These 3 girls have been batting out side by side for the last probably mile and a half. And they're separated by less than 3 meters with under a mile to go. The Whoop-de-Doos will decide this race most likely as they make the turn around the log. And it looks like Huerta in the lead, Grayson in second, and Turner behind just a hair. Let's have that a correction. The two freshmen side by side with Turner slightly ahead now. And correction. Well, there's no correction. They're still side by side. They've gapped Grayson just a hair as they're going through the Whoop-de-Doos. And we're having a flyover during the Whoop-de-Doos. So team score, very tight between St. Ignatius and Placer. Mission Viejo just behind. Chaminade 2 points behind Mission Viejo. La Cañada, the Spartans, up in that top 5. South Pasadena defending Division III champions in 6th. Bishop O'Dowd in 7th. Esperanza in 8th. Christian Brothers of Sacramento in 8th, and the McFarland Cougars in 9th. Around the Christmas trees, we have that same trio, but now Turner and Huerta are crossing the street. They have yeah. And 300 meters to go. And they're still side by side. Huerta, Turner, here they are. Help them along, folks. What a great race. We're just at 17:55. Huerta in the lead. Turner in second. Grayson in third. A race to the finish. Help them along. Freshman from Albany making it on the big time scene here with a very impressive performance. About 18:20. Turner, another freshman. Grayson in third. Mission Viejo's number 2, that's Perez. Nevada Union has 2 in. Esperanza's first. Albany number 2, another freshman. St. Ignatius with 2 in. Here comes the first to Placer. Here comes the second of Placer. Here comes the third of Placer. Here comes the fourth of Placer. Kira Wallace of Foothill Technology. So Placer with 4 in. Another great race. Looks like St. Ignatius will be the team winner. And Placer in second.
Kyle Morrison here for HG Runners at the Clovis Invitational. We just finished our Division 5 girls race, and we have the winner here, Eliana Huerta. Eliana, that was quite the race that we just saw. You were up there with another runner for most of the race. It was a pack of 2, and then you made a move and were able to win. At what point did you think, okay, I got this in hand?
I guess I didn't really think that, but right before you get to the roller coaster hills, I felt like I had enough left to stick with her and, depending on what happened, make a move.
So it was a really close race. When you're going mano-a-mano with another girl like that, what are just some of the mind games or even just some of the things that go through your head when you're racing another individual who also has similar bona fides to you?
Well, I don't think there's exactly mind games. I think we both want to work together to try and push ourselves to go as fast as we can, and I think that happened, which was really great.
So what do you feel like this race here today says about your chances to be successful the rest of the season? Obviously, this is one of the biggest invitationals, not just in California, but in the United States. You were able to get a win in a very competitive race. How does that set you up going forward?
I think it sets me up pretty well. It's still, for my team, pretty early in the season. We've only had like 2 races, so I think it's a good look at my fitness, but hopefully I can improve.
All right, Eliana Huerta from Albany, Bay Area girl here on HG Runners. She just won the Division 5 girls race. Thank you so much, Eliana. Appreciate it. I'm Kyle Morrison for HG Runners. Thanks so much for watching.
No more runouts, please. Coaches and spectators, please leave the starting area. Make sure your feet are behind the grass on the concrete for the start. If somebody falls down, don't assume we're going to stop the race. Make sure you hear a secondary shot before you stop. If you do not hear a secondary shot, continue running. When you run through the chute behind me to finish the race, run completely through it. We need to get you a time. There's 2 sensors in there. Your command for the race will be on your marks, and we'll get going. On your mark.
Here we go, boys Division 4. Boys Division 4 running 6 divisions today. Or over the next 2 days. 3 divisions today, 3 tomorrow. And our boys are out pretty quick, about 2:20 on that first 800 meters. And we've got a group of about 15 boys that's trying to separate in our Division 4 race here. Ramirez of Madera South, Zamora of Santa Fe, pushing that early pace. Making the turn at the logs at 1,200 meters. There are going to be about 15 boys that separated from the pack. Ramirez and Zamora pushing that pace now. pushing that early pace heading to the mile. And our group of boys heads to the first mile. Ravolo and Ramirez South lead that group. Combined 4:52. Johnson and Zamora. Is Benedict, Lopez, Garcia, Medina, Cavanaugh, and Aguna. That's our top 10. St. John Bosco boys running very well. With 4 boys in that top group. Scoring the mile. We have St. John Bosco out very well at 39. Then Madera South at 114. Redwood 129. Medina 130. And Bayer at 160. We have a group of 3 about halfway through, but the St. John Bosco boys in that second group of 4, a little bit of gap, and then 5 or 6 boys in the chase, but picking the pace up, getting ready to head up the hill. got a good separation. We got 3 boys at the 2-mile mark, separated from the rest of the field, just about to cross the road, head down to the 2.1.
You got it! Go, go, go!
And with a mile to go, we got Rogolo of Madera South, Johnson of South Torrance, and Terry of Bayer moved up very well. He has moved into the top 3. Got a little bit of gap and trying to move up and bridge that gap. Michael Irvin of Windsor.
Go Reed! Come on, get Reed! Get Reed! Come on, D1! Take 3! Take 3! Come on, Justin! Keep it up! All right, Nick! Come on, Nick! Let's go, Nick! Come in home! Go, go, go! All right, here! Let's go,
All right, welcome to the finish line area. Once again, you move up along the line just actually not to hold on to the fence to the rope there. Just want to make sure that we stay up for the next 2 days. As you do that, you can come up on the far side of the finish line. Green Sheet has this booth out there. You can visit there. All kinds of great things for sale. If Metal didn't have a lanyard, they're going to give you a lanyard over there. So head on over there. All right, got a good battle. They have separated themselves. Cole Johnson of South Torrance and Hayes Terry Bayer have separated, and through the Christmas tree, just about a quarter mile to go. All right, we got ourselves quite a battle. Getting here, heading for home. Johnson of South Torrance, Terry of Bayer, jumping off the grass onto the road. A little bit more than 200 meters to go. outside in the red shorts. Cole Johnson in the all black of South Torrance. They come on to the grass, 90 meters from a championship. Here we go. Hayes a Buyer, slight pull away. Nice time, 15:39. Cole Johnson gets that second spot at 42. And a good finish, Windsor and Reno. Windsor will have 2 through. Buyer with 2 through. Buena with 2, St. John Bosco. They'll have 3 through the finish. No team yet with 5 finishers. All right, if you're on the grass, you're going to break 17. Get on home. St. John Bosco, the first with 5 finishers. Redwood of Larkspur now with 5 across. And St. John Bosco looks to be about an 8-point lead right now of Redwood. Then Buyer about 20 points back. This is Lago 20 more back, and then Reno. But it looks like St. John Bosco, and officially is going to be the winner of our boys Division 4.
Kyle Morrison here at the Clovis Invitational. We are here with Hayes Terry, who just won the Division 4 Boys Varsity race. Hayes, that was quite a race there. It was neck and neck up until the very end. Got a good kick there at the end. Just take us through the end of that race and when you knew you were going to win it.
Yeah, the whole race went pretty well for me. Came through mile 1 and I think 4:53 or so. Felt really good through that. Felt good through mile 2, and by mile 3 I just knew I had to really push. We've been doing some speed work lately, and I can really tell.
So we were just talking before this Buyer. It's in Modesto, California. So you're nearby to home right now. You, I'm sure, know how iconic this course is here at Woodward Park. What does it mean to you that you forever can say that you won a varsity race at the Clovis Invitational at Woodward Park?
It means a lot. That's really what I came out here to do today, and it went well. Our coach loves taking us out here just because we can really see the improvement that we make every single year. So Coach Olson really has us. He's really good, and he does everything he can for us.
All right, you talked about the rest of the season going forward. Obviously, we're still kind of in the beginning stages of the cross-country season right now. What are some of your goals? What are some of your team's goals? And how are you feeling about the season so far?
Yeah, so we made it to sections in state last year, and we're just really hoping we can boost those numbers. So far, it's looking good, but cross-country is a sport that can go anyway. So we're training our best. We've done high altitude training. I mean, anything you could do, we've done it.
Did you guys go up to Flagstaff or Tahoe?
We our main couple guys went up to Tahoe for about a month.
All right, well, Hayes, it went your way today as you took home the victory in the Division 4 boys race. Congratulations on the win. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and truly, I hope you appreciate what you did here today. Thanks so much for watching. Once again here at the Clovis Invitational, this is Kyle Morrison for HT Runners.
Command will be on your mark, and the gun will go off.
Girls Division 6 underway. Top entries in this division, Sydney Logston and Hilmer, for 9:31 on the course. Sophia Bennett of Hudson for 9:30 on the course. Heidi Griffith of St. Margaret has run 9:07. Joyce Liu has run a best of 18:58. She's also from St. Margaret. Back at the half mile here. Scheduled to be the leaders is Sydney Logston and Hilmer. And I think our leader is up in that late group is Grayson Aldridge, all the way down from Washington, Hoxton High School. Prairie Bush, Washington. She was 32nd in the Washington 2A meet last year. She was 18:33 at the very competitive mock cross country meet in Washington. D girls now working their way across. Looks like it's Logston and Aldrich, your early leaders there. Aldrich up in the lead, coming down from Washington. Caitlin Rupert, St. Mary's College up there. A duel from St. Mary's up in the front pack. Logston the leader at the mile, 5:49. Grayson Aldrich, 5:49 also. Rupert, St. Mary's. Bird of St. Mary's. Morrison of International School of Los Angeles. Hasa of Menlo. Sebastian Madison Kubert. Fresno Christian. Sophia Benham. Hudson and a concept of Monte Vista and Sophie Bennett, President Christine at 10. Nobody was, let's see, Piedmont leader at the mile on St. Margaret, always a second. Hudson is close to third, yes, behind St. Margaret. Silmar up there, St. Mary's College up there, Ontario Christian. Bucky running without their freshman. They're winning the championship run of Burke. Also up in the Nueva in 10th place at the mile mark. Logston, Grayson, Rupert, and Burke. So it's Aldrich and Logston battling it out. Aldrich, the junior from Washington, stood 5:27 on the track at 1,600. Sydney Logston from 1931 on the course. She was 11th in Division 4 faculty section last year. Aldrich, Logston, Rupert, Anna Casa, and Evelyn Bird, St. Mary's College. Your top five. St. Mary's College, the Panthers, St. Mary's College of Berkeley, have two in the top five. And we're working away toward Killer Hill here. Siebert of Fresno Christian, Rupert of St. Mary's, Aldridge of Hawkinson, and Anaconic of Monte Vista Christian, your leader. She's run 1947 on the course, 222.506. She was 13th in Division 5 Central Coast section last year, and she was the sophomore champion at the Fighting Night Joust, which is held on the Crystal Springs course, legendary Central Coast section course where they hold their section championships.
Come on, let's go, Chloe, close the gap. Come on, use it downhill to your advantage.
Siebert, Rupert, Connick, Conker, excuse me, Cossack, Benham, Bird, Aldridge, Neil May Gillian of Templeton moving up, Logson, Rupert now into the lead as they're heading toward the log. Like Rupert and Siebert are turning around the log right now. They're side by side, so another great battle here. They're at 15:09.
Go, Charlie! Way to go, Charlie!
And Making the turn past the whoop-de-doos near the Christmas tree is our leader. Rupert of St. Mary's College, Seabird of Fresno Christian, Cossack of Menlo, and Conca of Monte Vista Christian, and Benham of Hudson. Ellen Bird gives St. Mary's College, the Panthers, 2 in the top 10. Race time is just at 17:45. Here comes the lead vehicle for 18:10 right now. Be in the low 19s, it appears, for this Division 6. All right, our leader coming on to the grass is Caitlin Rupert, St. Mary's College. We're just into 19 minutes right now. Let's help these girls along. This is our Division 6, first ever Division 6 race here. 1908 unofficially. Madison Seabird, Anna Sussex, Houston with 2 in the top 6. They go 5 and 6. St. Mary's with 2 in the top 7. We're just into the 20 minutes. Here comes St. Margaret's. 2 in. Looks like Wendy Wilson of Morro Bay. Piedmont.
Keep walking, keep walking.
Hugson's number 3. They look to be first with 3 in. Morro Bay's number 2. Viewpoint with a couple in. Great finish, race to the finish here. Piedmont, Hugson, Fresno Christian, Ilmar. Looks like Piedmont closing the door with their top 5. We'll have to wait. Yes, Piedmont first with 5 through. A bunch of Viewpoint coming in. Another St. Mary's. Still looking for our second team with 5 in. Individual winner, Caitlin Rupert, St. Mary's College, 1908. Seabird of Fresno Christian, 1922. Cossack of Menlo, 1925. Conca of Monte Vista Christian, 1940. Sophie Benham, Hudson, 1943. Lily Gomez Hudson, 1946, Ellen Bird of St. Mary's College, 1949, Hudson Helmar, 1953.
Kyle Morrison here for HD Runners at the Clovis Invitational. We have Catherine Rupert here, who just won the first ever Division 6 girls race at the Clovis Invitational. Catherine, we were talking about the move that you made on the whoop-de-doos as you begin to come around towards the Christmas tree. That's a very tough part of the course after Killer Hill. Just talk about what happened there and why you decided to make your move at that point.
So I think there were 3 of us at like the top of the hill, and then on the downhill I knew I kind of had the edge because I thought I was going a little faster on the downhill. And then when we got to the bottom, my coach just told me to push it all the way till the end, and I think I left her behind there.
That's awesome, Catherine. So Catherine, you come in here, you run a very good race, finish off with a win. How does this help you out as you start to plan for some of your goals going forward in the season?
Well, one of my goals is to get top 3 or top 2 at a league meet, at one of our league meets, because another school is going really fast right now.
And, which school?
Yeah, Albany.
Oh, Albany.
Yeah.
We had an Albany girl earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your strategy to try to get your team ahead of Albany?
Well, I think we just got to all practice together and like put everything into practices.
Well, I have to say, it warms my heart. We've gotten a few Bay Area people up here to talk to. As a Bay Area guy myself, that's really awesome, especially here at Clovis. Just talk about how special the Bay Area running community is and just how great it is that you get to train in such a beautiful area.
Well, yeah, I really like it. I think there's a lot of like diverse terrain that we can use to train on. We have some pretty steep hills there. And I think the competition is also pretty tough. There are a lot of good invitationals that we can go to.
Awesome, Catherine. Really appreciate it. Congratulations again on the win. Thank you so much. This is Kyle Morrison here at the Clovis Invitational with HD Runners.
All right, runners, no more run-outs of course. Spectators, coaches, please leave the starting area. On the concrete. Please don't assume we will stop the race if a runner goes down. If you hear a secondary shot at that time, stop and return to the starting line. When you cross the finish line and pass through the chute, please continue running. There is an alternate secondary timing point at that. My command will be on your marks. On your marks.
Here we go, our boys Division 5 race is underway. This will be our final varsity race of the day. Then we have girls and boys fresh off, girls and boys JV. So you still got plenty of time to get over to the Mountain View shelter. That's the shelter right at the end of the start line area. We got Clovis Invitational t-shirts, great snack bar. What a great way to spend your afternoon. Go over to the snack bar, get something to eat, enjoy these final 5 races, and get your son or daughter a t-shirt from really one of the great invitationals in the country, the the Clovis Invitational. And our leaders at the first 800 meters, Silas Burrows of Ridgecrest. Aber of Burrows and his teammate Sievers leading that group. And Kawabata of Newark Memorial and Taylor of Bishop O'Dowd all in that front group. All right, in that lead group here, getting ready to head to the mile mark, Aber and Sievers of Burrows, Kawabata of Newark Memorial, Taylor of Bishop O'Dowd, and Carr of Banning. And Silas Aber moving well. He ran 14:35 down at Woodbridge at the beginning of the season, so certainly got the credentials, and their team running well. His teammate Tristan Sievers also up in there. Aber 4:45 and his teammate at 4:47 Sievers, but right with him is Rourke of Tamalpais, Taylor of Bishop O'Dowd about 4 seconds back. Couple more seconds back to Istwild of Prospect, De Vicente of Buena, Guzman of La Cañada, his teammate Metcalf in 8th, and then Barr of Placer and Henry of Nevada Union. They all go under 4:56 for the first mile. And judging by that front strength, Burrows of Ridgecrest at 57, La Cañada at 74, Bishop O'Dowd 105, Chaminade 111 and McFarland 112. Those are the team scores at 1 mile. And now Aber has been joined by Lucas Rourke of Tamalpais. They're running side by side, just going up over the parking lot there. And they've got about a 10-meter lead. But Aber still pushing the pace. Now Lucas Rourke of Tamalpais has taken over the lead. Aber staying close, but a couple meters back halfway through our race. As they start heading up the hill, Aber now starts to move back, taking the pace over from Rourke a little bit. And those two will start up the hill together. And making his way to the top of the hill, opening up about 10 meters now, Lucas Rourke. And we come by the 2 mile Kawabata of Newark Memorial, and Aber running 1-2, and they're about 14 seconds with the lead over Rourke now of Tamalpais. And then McDermott of St. Ignatius has moved up very well. He's in 4th now. Cooper Barr of Placer moves up. He's into 5th. Carr of Banning, Sievers of Burroughs at 10:52. Landon Scott of Chaminade, Ernst Wiles of Prospect, and Vicente of Buena. That rounds up our top 10. In 11th is Shannon Anjamanani. He moved up 24 spots from the mile to the 2 mile. So we've got ourselves a battle heading for home. Kawabata of Newark Memorial and Silas Aber of Burroughs of Ridgecrest. And Aber, now that they have made the turn around the logs, 1,200 meters to go. Aber now right up on the shoulder of Kawabata. So they are locked in a battle down to Whoop-de-Doos, heading for home. And they have been taking turns pushing the pace. And now it is Aber's turn from Burroughs. He is now pushing the pace, and he's opened up a couple meters. Silas Aber now has made the decision. This is where he's going to go. He's got just about 800 meters, and he has opened up about a 10-meter gap now with a half mile to go. And McDermott of St. Ignatius continues to move up. He is now into third. That gap between Aber and Kawabata staying about 15 meters as they go into the Christmas trees. And it appears this race is not quite over. Kawabata trying to close that gap now and move up and make this a two-man race. But Aber, he'll jump on the road first. Kawabata, though, in view of him. And they've got just about 250 meters to go. And coming off the road, that gap's down to about 10 meters. This will be Aber in the green of Burroughs of Ridgecrest and trying to run him down here. Kenji Kawabata, Newark Memorial. Aber, he's got another gear left though, trying to open up. He's run 9:18 for 3,200 last year in track, and he's got a little left for the last 90. It's going to be right around that 15:30 mark. But Silas Aber, Burroughs of Ridgecrest, he's going to be our winner right at 15:30. And Kenji Kawabata right at 15:40. Cooper Barr moves up well to get that third spot. And we're right at the 16-minute mark. And Burroughs in those lime green uniforms looking good as a team. Still looking for the first team with 5. And La Cañada will actually be the first school with 5 across the line. And Burroughs now with its 5 scores. Tamalpais and Chaminade with 5. And it officially looks like Burroughs of Ridgecrest is going to be our winner of our boys Division 5 race. St. Ignatius in second, Tamalpais and Chaminade, very close battle with La Cañada for 3, 4, and 5.
All right, at this time, no more runouts, please. No more runouts.
Kyle Morrison here at the Clovis Invitational for HT Runners. I'm here with Silas Aberer, who just took home the win in the Division 5 Boys race. Silas, talk about that race, where you made your move, and just how good it feels to win this race here in the Division 5 Boys race at the Clovis Invitational.
Feels pretty good. I was planning to go out really hard because at Woodbridge I didn't. I got boxed in. So this time it's like I'm going to fix that. And so I did. Went out fast, first mile, and then I had someone with me for the second one. Let him take the hills for a little bit. And then on the third mile, passed it back. And yeah, I came in.
Anytime you're able to win a race at the Clovis Invitational, it's a big deal, especially with the bona fides this race has in California and in the United States. Talk about how this sets you up for the rest of the season.
This is the same course as the state course in November. So we came out here as a team. We're like, all right, we're going to practice this working with our pack for the last bit, and then me and my teammate up in the front. And yeah, it felt really good to get some experience leading a race in case I have to do that at the state. So yeah.
Awesome, Silas. We'll appreciate it. Congratulations on the win. Once again, this is Kyle Morrison for HT Runners here at the Clovis Invitational. Thanks for watching.
On your mark.
Well, as we get closer and closer to the afternoon, we turn our attention from the varsity division to the youth movement as we get ready here for the girls cross-stop race at the Clovis Invitational. They are on the course, making their way towards the road. And we have a pack that is starting to separate itself up front. One girl, in fact, up front who is really taking the fight to the race right now. This is Kyle Morrison. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Clovis Invitational. Race for divisions 4 through 6. Last year at the Clovis Invitational, there were cross-off races, but it was divided into small school and large school divisions. There were 2 small school races that happened on the Friday last year. In the first one, the blue division, Amelia Ryan took home the win with a time of 20:36.9. St. Francis, who should figure to be contenders to win the team race in this frost-off race here in 2025, they won that race in 2024. In the yellow small girls division, Carson Dickey ran 20:34.9. So that's about where you're going to see some of these ladies run, in those low to mid 20 ranges for this 5K course.
Coming into this race, St. Francis, as I mentioned earlier, they have quite a few girls who should figure to be in it, not only to try to win the team race in this Frosh-Soft competition, but also the individual race. Iris Juarez of McFarland out in front at the half mile. She's a sophomore. Up in that group in third place, Emily Colanello. Colanello, who came in after a very impressive Woodbridge outing earlier this season where she ran 18:50.5. She also ran 19:20.6 at the Kim Deist Invitational. She ran varsity in that race. In fact, a lot of these girls, four, in fact, from my counting, who are in this Frosh-Soft race for St. Francis, ran varsity at Kim Deist, and St. Francis won that varsity race. It's now a lot of these ladies running in the Frosh-Soft division here at the Clovis Invitational. So Iris Juarez still with the lead as we come through the mile from McFarland. Juarez, who has run quite a bit already this season. This is her 7th cross-country race of the season. We're only in mid-October. She ran an impressive 5K on October 3rd at the Golden Bear 5K, where she ran 20:55.06. She's probably going to have to beat even that time if she's going to win this Frosh-Soft race here at the Clovis Invitational. After Juarez, it's Colanello, and then it's Holly Thorell, another one of those top St. Francis girls. Thorell, who ran 18:43.3 at Woodbridge this year. She ran 12:12.5 in the 3200 last track season as an 8th grader. So Thorell, the freshman, in the top 3 right now, along with her teammate Colanello, and then Juarez. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here at the 46th annual Clovis Invitational. Could not ask for a better day weather-wise. Sunny, blue skies, temperatures in the mid-70s, and a beautiful breeze, making it an ideal day for distance running on this iconic course here in the heartland of California. Most of the pack of ladies making their way up the first of 2 steep hills. This is the smaller one. The second steep hill is closer to the 2-mile mark. That is known as Killer Hill. So Juarez through the mile at 6:06.3, followed very closely by Holly Thorell. Thorell at 6:06.8, and then Colanello at 6:07.3. Grace Daly from Oak Park, she's at 6:07.7. So 4 girls all within 1 second of each other, currently at the front of the race. Daly from Oak Park ran 18:43.6 at Woodbridge. In fact, that's the second fastest to Thorell 3-mile time out of all the ladies in this race. She also ran 20:08.6 at the state meet last year. So she has run a time already on this course that is good enough to win on this course, especially in this division. So Thorell has just taken the lead, followed by Colanello. So the two St. Francis girls now in front of the race. So it is Thorell, Colanello, and Daly, three of the top contenders coming in on paper. Juarez seems to have fallen off that pack. Those top three leaders have about a 10-meter lead on Miyuki Larson of Rio Americano. And then it's a wide gap towards the rest of the pack. So right now we have a group of three out in front. All those ladies with the bona fides to win this race. And then Larson trying to get on that group of three and see if she can make it interesting, more interesting than it already is. The two St. Francis ladies out in front. Looks like Thorell, well, she was the leader at the last checkpoint. And if that's Thorell, she's putting a hurt on her teammate Colanello as they go onto the pavement right before Killer Hill. So it is Thorell out in front. Colanello sticking in there. Thorell's trying to put her teammate away, but Colanello is actually starting to gain ground as they get towards the latter part of this concrete section of the course. Currently at 10:09 on the clock. Daly also still in this race. Don't dismiss her chances. She's in third as the front of this race makes its way up towards Killer Hill. Colanello, well, it looks like Thorell might have been a little early on that move because Colanello is closing that gap very quickly as they head up the hill. Once again, the first of two Frost-Off races that we'll have in this mid-morning. First, the Frost-Off girls, Division 4 through 6. And then the Frost-Off boys will take center stage. So Thorell, a freshman, Colanello, a sophomore. You wonder if Colanello's veteran instincts might help her here in this battle of two up front. It looks like those two have gotten quite a bit of daylight in front of Daly, who's the number 3 runner, although Daly still just trying to hang around. So through spot 5, about a little over halfway on the course. So about 1.6 miles. Thorol and Colanello still out in front. They have about a 25-foot lead on Daly in third. Again, these are two girls on the St. Francis team who figure to be a part of the varsity conversation for one of the top teams in the state of California. And I'm sure that they both want to put together very impressive performances here today to show their coaches that they are capable of running varsity at big meets. Both these ladies were a part of the St. Francis team, the St. Francis varsity team, I should say, that won the Kim Deist Invitational in the small school division in mid-September. Through 2.1 miles, Thorol in first with a time of 13:32.9. Then it's Colanello in second, also from St. Francis, at 13:38.7. Don't dismiss Daly. I might have dismissed her a little too quickly. She's at 13:44.8. So the distance between her and Colanello is equidistant to the distance between Colanello and our current leader Thorol. And right now, Thorol is trying to do something very difficult, which is hang on and try to win a race on your own. She has had the lead, or she will have the lead if she's able to win this race, for more than 2 miles. They're coming up on a mile to go. In fact, at this point, they have a little bit less than a mile to go. In a moment here, they'll be going over the iconic whoop-de-doops here on this Clovis course at the iconic Woodward Park. After the whoop-de-doops, they'll see Christmas trees. They'll take a left-hand turn, and before you know it, they'll be here on the road making the long and painful run down that road towards the finish line. Folks, when you are running on this course, that final stretch feels like a mile all its own. Thorol is actually gaining ground now on Colanello. And St. Francis has all 5 of their scorers past the 2-mile mark, the 2.1 mile mark, excuse me, which is not a surprise considering the wealth of talent that St. Francis has and the wealth of young talent that they put in this race here in the Froshsoft division. St. Francis with 5 girls, all who have top 400, 300, 3-mile times out of every single person running at this Invitational. So that's the kind of talent they have put in this Froshsoft race. Again, this is not a varsity race, yet St. Francis with some varsity level talent running here in the Froshsoft division. So Thorol with about a 20-meter lead now, excuse me. They have about 1,000 meters to go. Colanello falling back from her teammate Thorol. It looked like Colanello was going to bring Thorol back around the mile mark and just a little bit after. But Thorl obviously wanted nothing to do with that, as she has enhanced her lead, and she has command of this race on the individual side. Her team has command of the team race. St. Francis, they were the first to have 5 over that 2.1 mile mark. Grace Daly still in third, so she's hung on nicely. And the St. Francis pack very strong, as Amelia Ryan is in fourth from St. Francis. And then Sophia Carollo from Maria Carrillo is in fifth. So that rounds out the top 5 right now. Our ladies should be coming around this corner any minute now towards the finish, so make sure you guys pay attention. There, I'm about to make that left-hand turn from the dirt onto the pavement. And here comes our leader. Thorl out in front. What an impressive race for the freshman. She has led this race for more than 2 miles, and she is going to finish it off with a win. Folks, give her a hand as she makes her way towards the finishing chute. She made her move short of the 1 mile mark, and she has hung on. And it looks like she is going to send a message here in the Frosh-Soft division. Those orange flats making their way through the green grass here right before the finish line at the Clovis Invitational. And Thorl comes through sub 20 minutes, 1950. 1950 flat for Thorl, not bad at all. Here comes Colanello. Impressive race for her as well. She stuck with her teammate as long as she could. She gets second place, a very respectable time of 20:10.5. Daly breaking up the St. Francis pack a little bit. Here she comes in third place. Good race for her. She comes through at 20:29. And then the St. Francis Army beginning to make their way through. Here comes St. Francis's number 3. That's Amelia Ryan. Ryan at around 20:40. Sophia Carollo, St. Francis's number 4 now coming through. Carollo from Maria Carrillo. And so St. Francis with 5 in the top 7. Not too bad at all. Hernandez and Miller closing out the scoring for St. Francis. The ladies continuing to make their way through the finish line here. Once again, this is the first of 2 Frosh-Soft races this afternoon. In just a moment, we'll get the Frosh-Soft Boys race underway. But make sure you keep on cheering on these ladies as they make their way to the finish line. Some impressive times here in this Frosh-Soft division. Our top 10 is through. In 10th place, Jessica Minert of West Torrance, 21:08.8. And it's Emily Hardy of Oak Park in 9th, 21:05.1. Natalie Orwin of West Ranch, 21:05 flat. McKenna Miller of St. Francis, 20:54.7. And then Sophia Hernandez of St. Francis, 20:46.7. Sophia Carollo came in 5th at 20:44.4. Amelia Ryan, St. Francis is number 3, finishing in 4th, 20:40.4. Grace Daly in 3rd, 20:29.1. Emily Colanello in 2nd, 20:10.5. And Holly Thorl, very impressively, breaking 20 here in this Frosh-Soft division.
Okay, no more runouts. Spectators, coaches, please leave the starting area. To make sure we have a fair start, let's have your feet behind that line or on the concrete, not on the grass. Don't assume we will stop the race if a runner goes down. If you hear a secondary shot at that time, we will restart the race. When you pass that finish line and go through the chute, please continue moving to make sure that time gets picked up from the secondary timer. My command will be on your marks, and then the gun will go off. On your marks.
After a very scintillating Frosh-Soph girls race, some excitement on the course once again for the Frosh-Soph boys. Frosh-Soph boys making their way towards the concrete. To the right of them, some of the Frosh-Soph girls still coming in and finishing. Just to put into context how impressive Thorl's run was, Haley Thorl on the Frosh-Soph girls side. Nobody last year in either of the Frosh-Soph small girls division, which is really what this Division 4 through 6 Frosh-Soph division takes the place of. Nobody came close to breaking 20. In fact, the fastest time last year in the small schools division was 20:34.9. So Thorl beating the fastest time from the small girls Frosh-Soph division from last year by over 40 seconds to win the race today. The boys still in a pack that has yet to separate as they make their way through the first half mile of this Woodward Park course. For those unfamiliar with Woodward Park, the first mile is screaming, to say the least. It is not uncommon in some of these Frosh-Soph boys races to see guys PR in the mile in the first mile of the Clovis Invitational. That is how fast this first mile is. And then it is a painful march through the last 2.1 miles of this 5K course, not for the faint of heart. The boys a few seconds away from that half-mile mark. And it's a pretty massive pack that's separating itself. About 15 guys in the front pack right now fighting for position. They're through the first checkpoint. Mason Burris out in front alongside Rodolfo Uribe. Burris from West Torrance, Uribe from San Luis Obispo. JJ Liu of Oak Park in third place. Liu, if you look at his overall PRs, he definitely jumps off the page amongst this group. Liu, who ran 15:55.4 at the state meet last year. So he has broken 16 on this course, which is extremely impressive. He also has run 9:41.15 in the 3200 in track. He ran 15:42.3 at Woodbridge last month. So Liu in third place. Burris and Uribe out in front of him. The boys coming up on the mile mark here. It is Rodolfo Uribe who has taken the lead for San Luis Obispo. So Uribe and then Caden Gearhart of San Luis Obispo, Uribe's teammate, has inserted himself into the conversation here. Mason Burris in third. Uribe, whose 5K PR is 16:12.6. He ran that at the end of September at the Waller Park Goose Chase on September 27th. On this course, his PR is 18:48.7. He ran that at Clovis last year, currently in the lead of this Frosh Soft Boys race. He's going to have to run faster, well faster than his Clovis PR if he wants to hang on and win this one. Uribe in the lead through the mile at 5:03 flat. Gearhart in second, Lou in third. Three guys all within a second of each other at that first mile split. Just to wrap up that Frosh Soft girls race, St. Francis gets the win on the team side with 20 points. San Luis Obispo in second with 103 points. And then Maria Carrillo gets third with 122. So St. Francis with domination in the girls Frosh Soft division. Currently, though, we have a fun boys race here in the Frosh Soft division on the course. Uribe still in the lead. Mason Burris of West Torrance up there with Uribe, and then it's Gearhart. So right now we have a clear top three who all appear primed to give it a go to try to win this individual race in the Frosh Soft division. Burris from West Torrance High School. He ran 15:45.8 in the 3 mile at the Dana Hills Invitational on September 6th. So he's had a good opening to his cross-country season. Definitely trying to put an exclamation mark on that if he can find a way to win this race. Caden Gearhart, the other one of our 3 contestants right now to try to win this individual race. Gearhart ran 16:15.5 at the Waller Park Goose Chase. That's his 5K PR. JJ Liu. Well, we weren't talking about him 2 minutes ago, but he is now in the lead and he is putting in the work. He has managed to put some distance between him and second place. Uribe still in second from San Luis Obispo. JJ Liu, who when he runs at his best, he should be the best of this Frosh Soft division. Again, someone who's broken 9:45 in the 2 mile and has broken 16 on this course, which again, folks, is really hard to do, to break 16 on this Woodward Park course. You have to be a pretty elite runner to do that. Lou really putting some daylight between him and Uribe. Right now, about a 20-second lead for Lou as the boys make their way up towards the hill. Lou, right now, the only man he's trying to beat is the guy on the scooter in front of him. He continues to pad his advantage over the rest of the field. Lou from Oak Park High School. Oak Park figures to be in contention for the team win here in this Frost-Soft division. Oak Park had 3 guys all in the top 400 best 3-mile times. This is in the entire Invitational, folks, not just in the Frost-Soft race. Those 3 guys are in this Frost-Soft division. Lou still out in front. Then it's Uribe and Burris. Those 2 are running together right now. Brian Luna of Archbishop Mitty adding himself to the conversation. Anthony Hisiao from San Mateo is in 5th, and then Rafe Anderson from Oak Park. So Oak Park with 2 guys in the top 6. This is going to be a spread out team battle. And Oak Park currently with the clear advantage, having 2 guys in the top 6 of the race. They're coming through the 2.1 mile mark now at around 11:03. That was the time for J.J. Liu. He's got a 13-second lead on Rudolfo Uribe and Burris. So those 2 guys are making it a little bit closer right now than it was earlier. We'll see if Liu can hang on. Again, a very aggressive move by J.J. Liu early in this race. We have seen aggressive moves now in both Frost-Soft races. It worked out on the girls' side as Haley Thorell was able to win the Frost-Soft girls race after making a move at the mile mark. We'll see if it works out for J.J. Liu. And folks, if you look towards the valley behind you, if you're by the finishing line, you can see some of these runners coming through. J.J. Liu out in front. He's off the pavement, and he is going up the hill. Liu with about a 70-meter lead at the moment. That is quite an impressive advantage, especially in a cross-country race. Clock at 12:40. Liu makes a left turn. Well, if Liu runs what he's capable of running, we could be seeing him coming through the finishing chute here in just over 3 minutes. Again, Liu ran 15:55 at the state meet in 2024. Half mile to go, and J.J. Liu still has a very impressive advantage. Any minute now, you guys should be able to see him coming up the hill very cinematically towards the finish. In fact, the finish here at Woodward Park provides its own challenges, especially with footing. Do you run on the pavement? Do you run up on the grass? These are the questions these runners ask themselves as they try to finish off a very exhausting 5K course. It is the same lineup that we've had now for about a mile. JJ Liu in front. Again, any second you'll be seeing him come towards the finish. Then it's Rodolfo Uribe, Mason Burris, Brian Luna, Anthony Hsiao, and Rafe Anderson. Oak Park with 2 in the top 6. Clock is over 15 minutes now. So it seems unlikely Lou will beat his state meet time. But this should still be a pretty fast time on this course, especially considering that he has run the lion's share of this race by his lonesome. Here comes Lou around the corner. Lou makes his way onto the pavement. Here he comes, folks. Give him a hand. Another very impressive individual performance in the Frosh-Soft division. Here comes Lou. He makes his way onto the grass. And there's quite the race behind him. A battle for 2, 3, and 4. That's going to be the most entertaining part of this race. JJ Liu is celebrating as he finishes off a very impressive individual performance. 16:25 for JJ Liu as he takes home the Frosh-Soft Boys Championship in the Division 4 through 6 race. Here comes 2 through 4. This should be a fun finish. Who's got the best kick? And it is Uribe coming through, followed by Burris and Luna. So they stay in the same order they've been for the last mile and a half. Rafe Anderson comes through in 5th place. So Oak Park with 2 in the top 5, and now 3 in the top 7. That's Kostadinov of Oak Park coming in 7th place. So these boys coming through trying to go sub 17:30, which is a very admirable accomplishment here on the Woodward Park course. Our top 10 all the way through the chute. Quentin Harris in 10th place from Foothill Tech, a time of 17:18.1. In 9th place, Mason Burris of West Torrance. So he had a tough end of the race, 17:06.5. And then it's Jackson Helms of Maria Carrillo, 17:01 flat. Vladimir Kostadinov of Oak Park in 7th, 16:58.8. Hugh Cochran of Maria Carrillo in 6th, 16:54.6. Rafe Anderson of Oak Park in 5th, 16:53.2. Anthony Hsiao of San Mateo in 4th, 16:44.8. In 3rd, Brian Luna of Archbishop Mitty at a time of 16:43.6. In 2nd place, Rodolfo Uribe, who was the leader at the beginning of the race. He finishes at 16:43.2. And then JJ Liu, an 18-second advantage on his win as he runs 16:25.5 and wins it individually. On the team side, Oak Park with a dominant win. They score 29. West Torrance in 2nd, tied with San Luis Obispo, but West Torrance's 6th man was in a better spot. So West Torrance gets 2nd with a score of 62, and then San Luis Obispo. Again, those could change as more guys come through, but it looks like we have a pretty firm top 3, Oak Park, West Torrance, and San Luis Obispo.
All right, no more runouts. At this time, we need all spectators and coaches to please leave the starting area. To ensure a fair start, make sure that your feet are on the concrete and not on the grass. Don't assume we will stop the race if a runner goes down, but if you hear a secondary shot at that time, you'll stop and return to the starting line. When you cross that finish line and enter the chute, please keep running through the secondary timing points. The command for the race will be on your marks. On your marks.
Our first JV race of the 46th Annual Clovis Invitational is on the course. Division 4 through 6 junior varsity girls making their way through the grass and onto the pavement here at the start of the race at the iconic Woodward Park here in Fresno, California. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here on this Friday, the first of two very exciting days of racing here at the 46th Annual Clovis Cross Country Invitational. One of the top races, not just in California, but in all of the United States, and truly a marker that we are knee-deep now in cross-country season, and what a season it has been so far. These JV girls making their way down the downhill portion of the pavement. Point Loma with the lead here. That's Zoe Bose of Point Loma, the senior, taking this race out. Folks, once again, if you are on the fence, the ASICS fencing here lining the finishing chute, please don't lean on it. Please don't. You leaning on the fence is just slowly destroying it, and we need this to last for 2 days. So make sure you're not leaning on that fence area. JV girls coming up on the half-mile mark here. It's still Bose out in front from Point Loma. Bose, who ran 21:07.5 at the Western League Cluster meet on October 2nd. That's her 5K PR. 1948.6 is what she ran at Woodbridge earlier this year. After Bose, it's Coral Cameron, her teammate. So Point Loma 1-2 right now to the half mile. And then in third, Betsiata Flores from Wasco. And then Olivia Mendez of South Pasadena winding out the top four. That is the front pack. We have a front pack of 4 ladies through the half mile mark. Point Loma, a very solid program. Point Loma down in the San Diego area. I'm sure they have some beautiful trails down there that they run on. Our penultimate race of this first day of the 46th annual Clovis Invitational. After this, we'll have the JV Small School Boys race, the JV Division 4 through 6 Boys race. That'll be the final race of this Friday. Bose still in the lead, followed by her teammate Cameron. So Bose has led wire to wire so far. They're through just a little less than a mile. Coral Cameron, who is right behind her teammate Bose right now. She ran 21:13.7 at the Western League Cluster last week. She was just behind Bose, and right now she's right on Bose's footsteps here in this race. After the Point Loma duo, it's Jordan Brace of St. Francis, and then Maya Sankarian Singh of Archie Williams, and then Emmy Cheatham of St. Francis in 5th place. So that's your top 5. Bose, Cameron, Brace, Sankarian Singh, and Cheatham. Through the mile is Bose. She comes through at 6:19.3. Then it's Cameron at 6:21.6. Brace from St. Francis at 6:23.9. And it's Mendez of South Pasadena at 6:25.4. McCurdy of St. Francis at 6:27.7. That's the top 5. So Bose with a 2-second advantage over her teammate Cameron, but this is still anyone's race. Although Bose has been leading it from the starting gun, she has not put a lot of daylight between herself and the ladies behind her. Folks, if you're around the finish line, you can look behind you and see these ladies running through the valley. They make their way up the first smaller hill, the less killer hill, if you will, right after the mile mark. What a day of racing it has been so far, and folks, the good news is this is just day 1. Day 2 will be tomorrow starting at 7:15 in the morning, and then we'll have races all the way through the noon hour tomorrow. This Clovis Invitational, which has really become one of the highlights of the California cross-country calendar and the West Coast cross-country calendar overall. Bose still out in front, but her teammate Cameron has been passed by Jordan Brace of St. Francis. St. Francis, who dominated the Froshsoft Girls Division. Looking like they have a pretty good chance of winning here in the JV Girls Division as well. Jordan Brace from St. Francis, currently in 2nd place. She ran in the varsity division at Kim Deist, excuse me. She ran 20:46.9 at the Kim Deist Invitational. And right now, she is right on the heels of our leader, Bose. Olivia Mendez from South Pasadena in 3rd. Coral Cameron has fallen to 4th. And then Layla Dansby of Spanish Springs entering the conversation. She's in 5th place. So St. Francis, on the team side, they won the Carlo Prandini Girls Championship race. They won the Division 4 through 6 Frostoff Girls race. And although there are no team awards on the JV side, they currently look like they are going to have the best score in the JV Girls race if things hold up the way they are. Bo's still out in front. But Jordan Brace is right on her heels. Coral Cameron has recovered nicely. She's in 3rd. That's our top 3. They have a 30-meter lead on the rest of the pack. Right now, they're on the pavement. They make a right-hand turn back onto the dirt. They're making their way towards the major geographical point of this course, Killer Hill. So after our last 2 races were dominated by single individuals, Thorol and Lou, this race looks like it's going to be a pretty good finish all the way to the end. The ladies are going up the hill right now. Those legs burning, the lactic collecting. They make a left-hand turn. That's not the end of the uphill challenges here on this Woodward Park course, known as the whoop-de-doos. Those rolling hills that take place just after a mile to go, they can put a hurt on already tired legs when you're trying to finish off a victory, or when you're just trying to finish off this difficult Woodward Park course. These ladies should be at the 2.1 mile mark here relatively soon. Again, a 5K course, so 3.1 miles in total. Jordan Brace has taken the lead. So Brace, who is right on the heels of Bose from the opening gun, she has passed Bose. Coral Cameron, her teammate from Point Loma, also in that pack. What a day for St. Francis so far, showing that they are quite the formidable team on the girls' side. The girls coming through the 2.1 mile mark, and Brace has put some daylight between her and Bose. What a move by Brace. She started this move just short of the 2 mile mark. She comes through at 14:03 at 2.1. Bose 8 seconds now behind at 14:11.3. Then it's Cameron at 14:15.8, and then well behind, about 26 seconds behind our leader, McCurdy, looking to get a top 5 finish. She's at 14:29.6. And then entering the conversation in the top 5, Berberick of Archie Williams, the freshman, at 14:38.3. Brace still out in front. She's in her last mile. She has put a hurt on the rest of the field, and she's going to try to finish off a very impressive victory here in the Division 4 through 6 Junior Varsity Girls Division. Brace at this point going over those rolling hills. The final geographic challenge of this Woodward Park course. Soon she'll go through the Christmas trees and then make a hard left onto some dirt that'll take her towards another turn up onto the pavement here and towards the finish. She's at 16:44. If her splits are honest, she should be around the finish line in the 21 to 22 minute range. Last year in the JV Girls Small School Division, which is what the equivalent of this race is, Charlotte Petite of San Luis Obispo High School ran 21:13.9 for the win. So we'll see if Brace can beat that mark here in 2025. Reminder that after this race is over, we'll have our final race of this first day of action at the 46th Annual Clovis Invitational. The JV Boys will take center stage, the D4 through 6 division of JV Boys. So Coral Cameron and Zoe Bose, the Point Loma duo that was in the lead of this race around the mile mark, they're still running very well, but they are in second and third, and they are 30 meters behind Brace of St. Francis. This is a St. Francis team that put 5 in the top 7 in the Froshsoft division. And it looks like they're going to win the JV division on an individual level. And that just shows you how good of a program they have. The depth is incredible for this St. Francis team. Brace, who on the track has a 3200 PR of 12:19.09. She ran that at the second Valhalla Distance Carnival in the spring. Brace running towards similar glory as Valhalla, looking to win this JV girls race. In a few moments, you should be able to see her, folks, as she makes her way towards the finish. Here she comes, rounding the corner, coming towards the finish. Give her a hand, folks. Jordan Brace, who made this move just short of the 2-mile mark. And not only has she held on for a little over a mile to the finish, she has enhanced her lead with every step over the last 1.2 miles. Brace directly behind the lead scooter. The lead scooter will turn off here at any moment, and then it'll be all Jordan Brace, and it'll be her moment as she comes through the finish line. Brace with those orange shoes making their way through the green grass. What a run for Jordan Brace. She will be sub 21 when this is all said and done. And Brace at around 2042, excuse me. So the senior from St. Francis with a very impressive outing. This looks like Cameron coming through, trying to break 21. It's going to be close. And Cameron through just before the clock hits 21. No! It was 21 flat, official time. Bose in third at 21:07. Sumal of Oak Park with a good finish. She finishes at 21:16. McCurdy of St. Francis at 21:19. So Jasleen Sumal of Oak Park, we didn't even call her name during the race. She ends up finishing in fourth. So a very nice finish for her. These ladies continuing to come through. A lot of these ladies hoping to run varsity later in the season. Take a look at our top 10. In 10th place from West Torrance, Mia Duval with a time of 22:09. Excuse me, it's changing at every moment. 10th place, Siha Hong of Archie Williams, 22:08, excuse me. In 9th place from St. Francis, Giuliana Allen, 21:58. In 8th place, Dahlia Gonzalez of McFarland, 21:58. In 7th place, Eva Stevenson of South Pasadena, 21:40. In 6th place, Sonia Berberick of Archie Williams, 21:27. In 5th place, Macklin McCurdy, 21:19 from St. Francis. In 4th place, the aforementioned Jasleen Sumal of Oak Park, 21:16. In 3rd place, Zoe Bose of Point Loma. She led the race for most of the first mile and a half. She comes through at 21:06. And then Coral Cameron, we have good news. She did break 21, 20:59.9 in second, and then Jordan Brace in first at 20:41.
All right, no more runouts, please. Spectators, coaches, please leave the starting area. To ensure a fair race, let's make sure your feet are behind that line or on the concrete, not onto the grass. Don't assume we will stop the race if a runner goes down, but if you hear a secondary shot, then stop and return to the starting line. When you cross that finish line, enter the chute and all, please keep moving so that those secondary timers can also pick up your time. The command will be on your marks. On your marks.
All right, the final race of this Friday morning, the JV boys in the Division 4 through 6 segment of the meet. We just saw a very exciting JV girls race, and now the JV boys are on the course. Folks, especially at this point in the cross-country season where we still have over a month until sections and state meet, a lot of these JV races really do mean everything to these kids who are trying to make their varsity teams. And it's not uncommon to see guys in this JV division at Clovis end up stepping up and playing big parts in their team's postseason victories as the season continues to develop. The JV boys division at this Clovis Invitational has a reputation for being quite the show. Just a giant pack of dudes going at it. Right now we have a pack of about 4 out in front. Again, expect some very fast mile splits even in this JV division. Almost every male division in Clovis comes through that mile mark, and there are guys either around the 5-minute mile mark or even a little bit underneath 5 minutes around that mile mark. Wow, we got some angel restate going on. I didn't expect that. That wasn't on my Clovis paper. Basketball too, or yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm doing host of Jessup University basketball. They're in Rockland. Yeah, and I'm gonna do some for Menlo as well. Trying.
He's gonna get promoted and bring you along. You know, to say, hey, I worked with this guy in Sacramento. We're gonna call you and say, hey, we got a JV cross country meet. You want to come out? Sorry, guys. No way. I don't do those meets anymore. You're on your own. I remember, Tim, what was
No, I'm not going to big league.
There you go. I don't know.
I had a guy big league me last week, actually. I'll tell you that.
Really?
Yeah. Luke Denty of Oak Park with the lead through the half mile. In second, Marlon Zarati of St. John Bosco. In third, Noah Wagner of Foothill Tech. And then in fourth, Ashton Curtis of Oak Park. So that's the top 4 that has separated themselves here through the first half mile. The boys coming down the valley that you can see from the finishing area. They're getting close to the mile mark. They should be there within the next 20 or so seconds. Here they come down through that mile mark. And Denty, Luke Denty at 5:02 through the first mile. Then it's Zarate, then it's Wagner. Denty running his third cross-country race of the 2025 season. He ran 15:13.5 at Woodbridge in September. This is his first cross-country race in about a month. So Denty not showing any rust right now on the Woodward Park course.
Let's go, Nico. Good work. Let's go, Hamilton. Good work. He's on pace to bring 17.
Our second place runner from St. John Bosco, Marlon Zarate. Zarate, who actually ran sub 10 on a 2-mile cross-country course earlier this season, which is impressive. He did that in the summer at the Lucerna Summer XC Series. He ran 16:59.6 in a 5K at the beginning of September in the Ian Cumming Tim Latham Invitational. He ran varsity in that race, running JV here at Clovis. We have a change-up at the front of this race. Noah Wagner from Foothill Tech has taken the lead. Wagner, who was at third at the mile marker. Noah Wagner, who ran 15:55.7 at the Central Park Invitational on October 4th, so just last week. So he's gone sub 16 in the 3-mile, and now he's taking his shot at this 5K course here in Fresno. Once again, folks, this is our last race of this Friday, the first day of the 2-day 46th annual Clovis Invitational. We'll get started again tomorrow at 7:15 in the morning. The first race tomorrow will be the Division I girls race at 7:15. If you're looking for some championship action, the Bill Bootner Championship Girls race will be at 8 a.m. Excuse me, it'll be at 8:15. And then at 8:55, the Rob Brenner Championship Boys race. The iconic voices of Ken Reeves and Tim O'Rourke will give you those championship races. Wagner still with the lead through about the halfway mark of the race. So about 1.5 miles left to run for Wagner at this moment. Noelle France of Buchanan has entered the chat. Excuse me, France, that was a misreport. It's actually Ashton Curtis in second place. And then Aiden Yusuf of South Pasadena in third. Ashton Curtis, who's currently in second place from Oak Park. He ran a very impressive time at 15:22.8 at the Cool Breeze Invitational, another ASICS sponsored meet. That was at the end of August 30th, down in Southern California. These boys making their way up the hill. The pack of 4 right now is very bunched up as they make their way through the hill and down towards the 2.1 mile mark. So that pack now through the 2.1 mile mark. We have a change in lead. Humza Khan of West Torrance has entered the chat. He is in first place after 2.1 miles. 11:24.7 is his split. Humza Khan of West Torrance. He ran 15:49.9 at the Dana Hills Invitational in the JV division. That was on September 6th. So he is very capable of hanging on here. They're a little less than 4 minutes away from the finish. They're going through those rolling hills right now before they see the Christmas trees and then turn towards the final stretch. Our top 4 is Khan, Yusuf of South Pasadena, Ashton Curtis of Oak Park, and Noah Wagner of Foothill Tech. And another lead change as Zachary Buensueso from Oak Park has now taken the lead. It's a pack of 4 has now turned into a pack of 5 as Buensueso was patient, took his time, made a move on the front pack of 4, and now he's out in front. And we're looking for a response here. So right now we have a pack of 2 at the front of this race. We have a half mile to go. They're going through our last set of spotters on the course. So Aiden Youssef, who was a part of that pack of 4 earlier, has made a move, and now he's out in front. He's got about a 3-second advantage. And there's a little over 2 minutes, maybe less than that, left in this race. Within a minute or so, we should see this lead scooter lead this pack around the corner. Youssef is making a move, and he's trying to hang on with less than a half mile to go. Yusuf will be easy to spot. He's in the bright orange jersey of South Pasadena. He passed up Zachary Buensuceso with about 3/4 of a mile to go. Buensuceso, who came out of nowhere to take the lead earlier in the race. There's 2 guys behind Yusuf that may be Noah Wagner. Wagner, who has been up in the top 5 for most of the race as well. Here they come down the grass towards the finish line. This is going to be quite the finish, folks. Yusuf trying to hang on for dear life. They step onto the pavement. Yusuf being chased down here by 2 challengers. Yusuf, with every painful step, trying to hang on to this lead and this win in the JV boys division, but he's got someone right on his shoulder. Yusuf steps onto the grass. Give them a hand, folks. This is going to be quite the finish. Both guys initiate their kick. Who's got more? Bridger Leith. We didn't say his name until now at the finish. And Leith, with a kick at the very end, brings back Aiden Yusuf. And he wins the JV boys race here, the final race of day 1 of the 46th annual Clovis Invitational. So Oak Park winning both the Frosh Soft and JV races here on Friday in the boys division. Leith, who was not a part of that front pack of 5 with a half mile to go, put in work in the last half mile to win the race and bring back Aiden Yusuf. Bridger Leith, whose 3-mile PR was 16:25.8. He ran that at Woodbridge, so he was well behind. Excuse me, his 3-mile PR coming in was 15:50.5 that he ran at Woodbridge. So he made up a ton of ground in that last half mile to win here in the JV division. The top 10 in that race goes as follows. Evan Chiang of South Pasadena, 17:12. Oak Park in 9th. Joshua Modrajewski, 17:09. 8th place from Hood Hill Tech, Andres Hernandez, 17:08. 7th place, Noah Wagner, who was up with the leaders for most of the race. He comes in at 17:07. Luke Hodges of Oak Park, 17:03. Humza Khan, who was leading the race at one point from West Torrance, 17 flat. Wesley Ng, who beats out his teammate Khan by 0.1 seconds, 17.4. Zachary Buensuceso, who was our first surprise as he made a move in the last mile from Oak Park, 16:54. Aiden Yusuf, who was in the lead of the race up until the last 100 meters, 16:43. And then our surprise winner, Bridger Leith, who made up 5 spots, not just in the last mile, in the last half mile to win the race with a time of 16:43. All right, folks, that's going to wrap up the first day of the ASICS Clovis Invitational. This has been Kyle Morrison. I want to thank Tim O'Rourke and Ken Reeves for allowing me the opportunity to announce these Frostoff and JV races. And we'll be right back tomorrow to do it all over again. Once again, our first varsity race will be at 7:15 a.m., the Division I girls, and our first championship race, the Bill Butner Championship Girls Race, will be at 8:15, followed by the Rob Brenner Championship Boys Race at 8:55, which will tip off a full day of racing that'll go through the 1 o'clock hour. So folks, rest up, enjoy your afternoon and evening, and we'll meet you right back here at the iconic Woodward Park here in Fresno, California. Thanks so much, folks, and we'll see you tomorrow. One last announcement, folks. Meet management would really appreciate if you clean up your area, especially your team area. So make sure everything is picked up. Everything that needs to be thrown away is thrown away. And we have another 140 teams that will be coming to this course tomorrow. So make sure that you guys are good stewards of this wonderful course and that you clean up after yourselves before you leave Woodward Park.
there's one more here.
I think I can fix it, but I'm going to have to take stuff down here to do it. Copy.